From Umola to Agiti, I'm with a diggity, Beluma Jinji. Bakarina Shupin, Papa said,
Nigerians, I'm saying it right now on record. Nigeria Supreme Court Justice, please do not sit in the middle of the night to announce results as INEC did by 4 a.m. In which country do you announce results by 4 a.m. in the morning? What made you, Yakubu Mahmoud, you could not wait? You could not wait till 9 o'clock the next morning. What is that thing? If not you satanic evil men. Unfortunately for you guys, we're going to speak out. We'll keep speaking out. We'll keep exposing you guys and the evil you guys stand for. And the real good Nigerians will gather to take back our country, whether you like it or not. This fight is not going to be a fight against Igbos or Yorubas or Hausas or Kanuris. It's going to be a fight against good people and bad people. Good Nigerians and bad Nigerians. The elite class and the normal citizens. And God forbid you'll be at the part of the bad Nigerians. God forbid that fight. God forbid that fight for you. You will not survive it. You will not survive it. And with that, I welcome you guys. Let me just read the names of the Supreme Court justices before I bring in my brothers Sizzle and Otumba. Number one on my list, I have Olukayode Ariwola, Musa Dajito Muhammad. Guys, I'll be jotting their names down. These are the names of noisemakers. Be taking class monitors, all of you, please get to work. Be jotting these names down. Be writing their names down so you remember them, you remember their children, remember wherever they are. Please reach out to them and thank them. And please do not go there, don't put any unnecessary. Let them know that we are praying for them. We are our eyes are on them. We know them. We know them. We know them. That whatever decision they make in the next few months, they will be held liable and accountable for it. Please. That's all I'm asking here. Olukayode Ariwola 1. Present. Musa Dajito Mohammed 2.
Present.
Thank you. Kudira Kekere Ekun 3.
Present, but visa ban.
Oh, that one already correct visa ban. Hey!
They don't flog a Moraimo code already. Continue,
okay.
Sir.
Chima Sentus Nweze.
Present.
Amina Agwai.
Present.
Uwani Musa Abba Aji.
Present.
Hey, God have mercy. John Inyang Okoro.
Present.
And finally, Lawal Garba. I don't know whether Lawal Garba will play for Super Eagles, so we don't go enter court. Lawal Garba, please, family and friends of Lawal Garba, John Inyang Okoro, Uwani Musa Abai Aji, Amina Agwai, Chima Sentus Nweze, Kudira Kekere Ekun, Musa Dajito Mohammed, Olukayode Ariwola, family and friends of these people. Please reach out to them and tell them that from the violence space, the energy part of the obedient movement, we are telling them good morning, good afternoon, good evening, the voice of Releva Best, that hope they are fine, hope they are doing well, hope they don't plan to circumvent the justice, the will of the people, hope they do not collect Tinubu's corn. Because I heard the corn now that he's using, the oil is using to fry the corn now, they're too juicy. He just the fry ham now. So people don't afford, I don't know if it avoid the scent. Please let them not accept that corn. And with that, guys, I welcome you guys one more time to the Violence Space. Thank you all for joining with us. Thank you for sticking with the platform. Thank you, all of you that are from Enugu State. Please go and invite your Enugu people. Let them come out here by 6 o'clock by the special grace of God. The next governor of Enugu State will be here. Come and talk to him. Come and interrogate him. Come and ask him questions. Come and do what you have to do. Whatever you have to do. And I think the Delta State governor also is going to be here with us. So, guys, you're welcome one more time. And with that, I yield the mic to my brother N6. N6, my brother, thank you for joining us on the platform today. How are you doing this evening? Thank you, my brother. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Sirdam. Welcome, everyone, to the Church of Violence. Good evening. God bless you all, and God bless Nigeria. You see, there are different types of leaders, especially in defeat. Now, there is one leader in this country who ran for elections for 12 years. He was Atiku before Atiku. If you had seen him when he was running for elections, you would have sworn that if this man touched this government, we would have the type of progress, if not for anything, at least Dubai level. Oh, he promised and promised. Now, in 2011, when this man lost an election, he came out in public, shed a few crocodile tears, but made a statement and said, the baboon and the dogs will be soaked in blood. For that statement alone, according to the United States Aid Service, for that statement alone, in 3 days in northern Nigeria, 800 people were killed. More than 10 youth coppers, innocent, were murdered. And 85,000 people were displaced from their homes in 3 days. This same man had been rejected by Nigerians over these 12 years because we knew his antecedents. And upon that 2011 loss, where he unleashed the most violence that he could imagine, he went back to his home in Katsina till another very mischievous man got up, packaged him with his media companies, and put the tag on him, a reformed Democrat. We all remember that line. We asked ourselves, can a man who was not a Democrat become a Democrat? Can a man who circumvented democracy the first time Nigeria had democracy in 1982 and got us into a coup and ruled this country with chaos then, all of a sudden be democratic in principle now? Oh, no kind of promise we weren't told. We will give you student loan and a host of other fables. Here we are 8 years later after that man. He has run one of the most shabby elections in the history of elections. Presidents in the world are deleting their tweets congratulating a Nigerian president for the first time in history. Presidents in the world are scared to tweet congratulations at the president of the most populous black nation. Not for anything else, but due to how he got power. There is no institution in this country that the APC has not squatted, taken their pants down, and taken a big dump on. You name it, and it's there. The facts are there, the numbers are there, the proof is there. The Supreme Court will say something, the president will choose what to follow. And we're where we are. All of us who are here have a cash problem. Whether you're a big boy, whether you're a poor man. There's a video online about a plantain market where nobody could come out and buy plantain, all because there's no cash in the country. You would think that, okay, with no cash, they would have done a deal with the telecoms people to increase this thing. The apps will be running POS and everything. There's no POS, is not working. Transfer is not going. Banks like Zenith, their app is not even opening. And this is how APC, with fuel scarcity, wants to tell me and you that somehow they got 8 million votes in this country. That Nigerians are so forgiving that after what we have gone through in the last 8 years, they put us in the mother of all fuckeries, but still got 8 million votes. No wahala. I leave that to the Supreme Court to judge. I asked a question on my Twitter feed. I said, you go to obedient spaces. We have all our candidates have a mandate from Peter Obi. Open up a social media handle, go to certain spaces, and go and be grilled by the people. I am listening. If you think Peter Obi is not listening while we're doing all these interviews, you know you are joking. He's assessing them by we, the people, doing this. And I asked a question. APC and PDP youths online, where are the spaces interviewing your governors? Me too, I want to go there. In Enugu now, for instance, there's a bit of a confusion. Some people want Frank Weke. Some people, we want Edoga, LP all the way. Edoga has come on this space, accredited himself well, has been grilled by everybody. Some answers he might have given perfectly, some answers he might not have been. But I want to ask, in the APC list of young statesmen, are any of them hosting spaces so that we can go and listen to their candidates? Is any PDP space? Ayo Juwole has been hosting space since. Please, can you tell me any PDP space that has brought up the PDP candidates to grill them and question them? So if you are not doing these things, who are you as a Nigerian youth trusting to hold these men accountable? I don't understand what is going on in this country, because I still repeat, everywhere I have gone, I have met APC youths, I have met PDP youths. Labour. I must give una try you. Chop knuckle, well done. In the next 4 years, if you get us una go do this movement, me if I fit come Labour, see if I go win one seat. So you all acknowledge that what we are doing is really what has this country's best interest at heart. So why are you people in all these other parties not doing the same thing? So that at least anywhere where Labour lose election, if APC win election, you go do at least day one space, they hear APC use where then they ask that person question. So you know what, are we moving this country to the next level or what? So many the Nigerian Supreme Court has a chance to make history. I've said it. I don't even bother about Justice Awewale, Justice Igbowole, Justice Yewole, Justice Abubakar, Justice Yemaka. I don't give a damn. The honest truth to me, Sheikh Mahmood Yakubu, he did as he liked. Please, I beg you, Nigerian Supreme Court, make una do as una like. I'm begging you. I told you that there are two types of leaders. There's the one leader that told his people, they rigged me, fuck these guys, scatter everywhere. And there's one leader that the people wanted to scatter everywhere. He told them, calm down. Let me see where this story, this film, this movie, this Netflix will end. And that is the only reason why the people are calm. I told you guys in APC, you are in the minority. It is a position to be very humble in. In 2019, Atiku lost election with 11 million votes. In 2023, Tinubu is saying he won election with 8 million votes. Okay, you suppressed the will of the people. 24 million people voted. There are more people that did not vote for APC than voted for APC. But APC goes around instigating violence as if you begin shelling now, they know it's no sure for them. They have seen the rally size. We've seen your Agbero rallies added with market women that came out by force. You've seen obedient rallies. So I don't get where this confidence to push tribalism. Some numbers came out that showed that indigenous Yorubas in Lagos are 3%, 30%, be 20, some less than 30%. Even in Lagos. Calm down. This mandate was clearly stolen. I asked a simple question. Where are the northerners excited on their bikes? We have the videos on YouTube. Go and type it. Nigerians excited over Buhari election victory 2015. People were driving bikes and getting into accidents, bashing their cars. People were trekking. I have a friend, an Igbo boy, that trekked Osita Wagu. He went to King's College. He trekked from Lagos to Abuja when Buhari won the election. Where are the people? Where are they? Where are they? A man wrote WAEC. They told him, come and defend WAEC. He went and brought 50 signs. And we're back to square one with Tinubu again. Where's your birth certificates? He brought story. Where is this one? Brought story. You people finally went to go and allow them. You people supported the man that stole Donadu's picture as his childhood picture, and it was in his memoirs, approved by him. The other day, Nigerians and Kenyans got into a Twitter fight, and all they'll just post Tinubu, bam. No matter the punchline you're throwing, it's a rap. You can see it. Dubai that gave us free visas, closed visa to Nigerians. Dubai here, Dubai here, Dubai here. When last did you see any Snapchat or any post from Dubai? Because Dubai gave us a list of terrorists who were politicians in our government, and the APC government palmed that list. Till today, nothing was heard of it. Do you think it's hush puppy that made Dubai ban Nigerians from coming there? You know how many criminals? Do you know that there were Nigerians that did armed robbery in Dubai Mall that were arrested? You know how many criminals Nigerians we don't commit crime, but the crime your government commits is worse. Look, the last joke is PDP. PDP article. No, na go comot that nonsense petition when I carry go Supreme Court. Don't just annoy Nigerians. Because I don't know how somebody that rigged the election is now going to Supreme Court. Oh, because APC gave you second position to make it look like we lost. You self can't they believe that second position. Atiku, may you stop this thing where they do. May you stop this thing. I'm sure they've released new loafers in the Dubai Mall from Louis Vuitton that you can go and price. Don't come and spoil this petition tribunal. So Olu went to Computer Village the other day, governor of Lagos after 4 years, ordained by the Godfather. No crowd. Peter Obi went to Computer Village, shut down. Everywhere Peter Obi goes, you see the pictures. Allow God into your heart. Stop being blind. Stop being wicked. Stop being evil. There is only one man that right now his movement is holding his candidates even accountable. Ask Tinubu, where are the AP? I challenge every APC youth listening to me right now. You have an election for gubernatorial. Where are the spaces for Sanwo-Olu? He's licking ice cream in Palms Mall. He's licking ice cream in ShopRite. Where are the spaces for Sanwo-Olu? Where are you people calling him to ask him, what are you going to do in the next 4 years? These Igbo people are not happy with you. These LP people seem to be moving forward. This their governor seems to have some ideas that are resonating with the people. But the cockiness of you guys, the lack of humility, the lack of empathy. So you believe is it once APC presidential council has cleared them, yes, Sanwo-Olu is good enough. Oh yeah, let's go. Burn the whole town down. You are seeing Badiboro's Vibe on Spaces podcasts. Where are your podcasts? Where are you people? I want to hear from your Jandors and your Sanwo-Olus on policy. That does not interest you. But you people will come to Obedience Space to learn the beauty of democracy, how Nigeria should function. It's Obedience Space. You will come, listen to Obedience Space and be writing down what you write down as tweets to fight us in your next tweets. Do your own now. Are you not learning from our movement? And you Supreme Court judges, last but not the least, I've talked on you guys, but I'll just still say this. The world is watching. You're in a generation where every pronouncement you give will be recorded for posterity and left on the undeletable Google for life. Your children will be so ashamed by some of the things many of you, especially Fanika and the rest of people are doing this season. They will be forced to change their names. Your lineage will end with many of you over the nonsense many of you are doing now. Answer Mahmoud Yakubu Jr. They waka around for Nigeria with your chest out. One person go slap you. If show me that. And
You
this
say
is
slap?
not me.
You say slap?
I say in the kindest. Just answer them. Just the waka. Or highest Nigerians will smile in your face, but behind it, they just say, see this one who is stupid papa collect 355 billion and hung the will of the people. We all know that Beavers was not meant to have any manual accreditation. That machine is literally an iPad. You are meant to have used your thumb, press Beavers, all the parties will show up on the Beavers. You use your finger, tap it, and it will manually electronically send it to the polling unit. That is what you people promised us. Ballot paper was not meant to be there. We have all the videos. Mahmoud and all his guys, they were talking. I remember when we were on the violence space, we talked about this thing. Mahmoud came out, did press conference. There are rumors around there that we don't intend to transmit the Beavers from the polling units. And at the end of the day, now you're telling us that you need to reconfigure Beavers. So after I use telephone and make one call, I remove the SIM, go to MTN, reconfigure it, plug it back to make another call. You are talking to idiots. You are talking to fools that don't handle technology. You want to reconfigure beavers. No wahala. Continue. Because I know that many people will go to prison. Many people will go to prison in this country. You see this election, it would have been better. This election was run free and fair. And we lost as Labour Party. Lost. And by now, we would have been talking of 2027. It would have been better. This election was done free and fair. And maybe there was even a rerun between Tinubu and Obi. And we would have been talking of further promotions for a rerun. But you see this blatant stealing, as the Igbos will say, nga, 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 prison, prison, prison. Many people will go to prison.
Thank you, my brother. Someone just corrected me and said that we should start from the appeal court because the tribunal will start with the appeal court justice. So I'm gonna find
my brother. Let me explain something, Sirdam.
Tribunal is what?
Even in tribunal will start with the appeal court. He go get PA, we still dey law school, we go hold briefcase. He go get SAN and one wey Rekeyamo we go dey. He go get barrister, we go dey the SAN back where they do the research. Many levels of the law will handle a case this big. You stand a chance to make electoral history, because you need to understand every time something comes up to the law and justice is not served, that ruling forever stands in the law, true or false. So if you don't serve justice, this ruling will stand in the law. It becomes a travesty of the law. It becomes a perversion of the law. And tomorrow, another thing will happen in the law, that somebody will bring up this same ruling. That is why justice is blind.
Can I talk, Genesis, just to collaborate? This FCT 25%. The former Attorney General of Federation, that is Michael Adondoka, I don't know his name. When he was interviewed in Arise TV, he said there was a time there was an issue with FCT 24%. And the decision of the law that time, the Supreme Court, was that it is compulsory for you to have 25%. So although what did not say that that is 2008 or 2007, so the gap, things might have changed, but there was a basis for them to make that law. So I'm not looking.
Obviously, Nigeria, it's a form of electoral college for Nigeria. You must win Lagos and Abuja. These are where the decisions are made. The major funding is done. These are the most educated set of the populace. I mean, if you failed in other states, how will you be in Abuja or in Lagos? So you are actually right, my brother. Continue. Even Michael Zekome, who is now, I think, on Atiku's team, supported this same ruling on Arise. Things are funny at this point in time. Continue, please.
But Michael Zekome did not come against it now. Did he say anything wrong about that?
No, that's what I'm saying. He supported it, but I think he's on Atiku's team right now.
Yes, the law they share out, everybody go collect.
Do you understand? So you're on Atiku's team. You say the person who won 25 in Abuja and Lagos should be the president by the Nigerian pseudo-electoral college. Atiku didn't win FCT, but you're on Atiku's legal team for the tribunal. It's all a comedy of errors at this point. It's all a comedy of errors.
Yeah, well, Otumba
coming here. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Good evening to you guys. Good afternoon to everyone. I think what has been bothering the most more is the defiance of the court system. And I was just, I was Googling today and I saw there's a Punch article from 2019 that listed 6 times Buhari defied the court's order. And in a democratic system where you have 3 arms of government, you're supposed to have equal and separate powers where each one there's check and balancing where, typically your executive might be your most powerful arm of government. It depends. Like in Nigeria, there are a lot of more domestic powers. But then you have your legislature, where, they make laws, and then the judiciary. And the judiciary is very key to any surviving, thriving democracy. They settle scores, they interpret the law. They're required to carry out justice. And anarchy is simply the breakdown of law and order. When as a society you get to a point where even your court, your appeal court, not even a federal court, but your appeal court, when orders are getting defined by instruments of the federal government, that's anarchy. I think, to me, while we're fighting back for our mandate and doing all this, but I think there's a deeper problem here. And I think Sirdam, you touched on it. I don't think we've ever gotten to a point. Even the military, under military rule, feared the court systems. They will tell you that there were things where even when we had military rule, where that's why when you were, you let's say you were accused of treason or added a coup, the military had its own tribunal court system. There's a reason why, even though it's done for it's just rubber stamping courts. There's a reason why even the military at that time would hold tribunals and hold courts, and allow people defend themselves, even though we know those guys are going to be sentenced to death. There's a reason why you take things to court and you follow court judgment, because the moment you lose that part of a democratic or any government, there's no more legitimacy. You're delving into anarchy, and I think I for one is we didn't pay attention to this a lot. Where Buhari's government and APC have been showing their hands that they think only one arm of government exists, which is the executive, and so it's more dictatorial. It's even worse than dictatorial, because dictators I see so also, they go to courts, they fear the court system. But these people, what they're trying, the precedents they've established and what they're crying out, when you're basically rendering your judicial arm, the third arm of government, useless, and you're saying, damn you, I don't give 2 cents what judgment you pass, I will do whatever I want to do, what I want to do. I think that's some uncharted territory. And I know they are listening, but please and please, this bed you people are making, you'll be the ones to lie on it, though, because life is like a boomerang. What goes around comes back. Now, it might not come in the same form, which is funny because I actually don't believe in karma. But there's usually a way where things you ignore today, down the line, come back to haunt you. Where Buhari came into power because good luck had the foresight and did not wield the power, which I still call him weak for that, but he refused to wield the power of the federal government. And Buhari is doing the same exact thing. And they are defying courts. Imagine when a judge we get to a point where a judge will render judgment and the defendant will look at him and tell you, well, that's your business. I'm not going to obey this because I have the money and the power to subvert the will of the people. So this is dangerous territory for me. Like, because I've been reading and I've been studying the whole. I've spoken to some of my lawyer friends, and the precedents these people are setting is dangerous. It's very dangerous. I don't know what's going through their thought process, and I think it just sums up in the fact that APC is a terroristic and demonic party. There's no other definition for APC, because I don't understand how would not even a federal judge, or not even a federal court, not a lower court, an appeal court issues an order, and you guys just like, screw it, I don't even care. Like, how did we get here to a point where you can't even obey the courts? We personally, technically, don't even trust the judicial system. But it's worse when they give judgments, you can't even enforce those judgments. That, to me, that's worse than people saying, you know what, I think that is said on TV, I don't trust the judicial system. So fine. Well, because the person they're setting now is, if whatever order comes out, anybody can refuse to comply or disagree. Like, I'm not going to comply with this order, and there's no way to enforce that. So, I think it's a slippery slope that they themselves should pause. I know they want power by all costs. I get it. They will rather rule over ashes, but these ashes, man, it might be their own ashes they rule over. This is where they are driving this country to, and they are lucky and blessed that the leader of our movement, the man we all look up to, is a genuinely good person. Seriously, half the shit Peter Obi has taken, I cannot. It tells you who actually loves this country and who doesn't. Obi doesn't even need to say burn down the country. There's a way he can talk that, my brother, this country will be upside down in 24 hours. It's facts. But this man has taken the very long approach. Like, you know what? I know I'm going to be president. I'm going to get my mandate, and I want the country intact when I get that mandate. But APC does not give a damn. Like, N6, I don't know, man. It feels like morning in Nigeria, because I've never seen a country this quiet after an election.
Remember when I used to say it on Spaces that, dear INEC, you have two options: announce a president that the whole country will go into jubilation and partying, or announce a president that everywhere will look like a graveyard Who remembers when I used to say, I beg
My
you,
Yeah, you
brother, I
used to
producer,
remember
just
say
it
give
it,
me a thumbs
perfectly.
and
up.
it feels like
Who
that, right?
remembers? I always used to say this. INEC, you have one job. You announce a president that you must send army on the street the next day, and everywhere will be like a graveyard. I have it. It's written here as you were talking. I was looking at it.
Yeah,
And
you
do you know
always say
my?
that, bro.
I always said it. And INEC ended up announcing who they did.
In the middle of the night, and don't just announce in the middle of the night when people are sleeping.
How else would you give a bat a presidency? Will you give him in the daytime? Na
They only
night.
see you at night. Ah!
Na night. Now how else would you crown a
God,
bat?
sorry.
You don't see
plus,
Batman for
plus they say he
daytime.
know they sleep. Say he does not sleep. Papa does not sleep. He
How
does
will he
not sleep
sleep
in the night.
when he's planning mischief? So
And
anyway,
yeah, and
continue, Otumba.
one of my last is we suddenly have Christopher Columbus. I know this is off topic, but I really want to touch on it. And I'm going to use the word Christopher Columbus. Those that are very familiar with American history, and this is where I'm going to. Here, there was a man that he was, I think, he was sent by the
Oh, well,
British.
too bad. I want for you.
Wait, let me cook. Hold on, let me cook. This is it's been on my
Let him
heart.
cook. You know, saying a burger in one cook, so you
Yeah,
not
it's been
gonna
on my heart.
understand the
Like
smell yet.
this is clear to American. So there was a man back in the, I think it was the British or maybe it's French. I think it was the British. And this man said, they sent him on a voyage to go and discover India. And for some reason, it was supposed to go, there was a news, he heard about the spice route and all that. But for some reason, his direction of the boat or his whatever you call it, those ship went a different direction. And it's not upon America until today. They will ask you who discovered. That's why Native Americans are called Indians, because he thought he got to India, but he got to a different part of the continent. But till today, there's this fallacy that when they ask you who discovered America, the name is Christopher Columbus. So we have a Christopher Columbus in our midst that I'm trying to. I think yes, what was yesterday's date? He discovered the man that discovered the obedient movement. The tweet was March 10. So we have a new Christopher Columbus amongst our midst. Yeah, my brother. I don't know what to say at this
See,
point.
let me now give you guys a prophecy. Let me give you guys a prophecy. May the Lord keep us alive to witness what I'm about to say. In the next 24 years, mark this down somewhere. How many are we on this space? 746. In the next 24 years, a rich politician will arise in Abuja. He will sell Abujans a story that he built Abuja from scratch. He will be a former Abuja governor, probably do one or two things in Abuja, but he will be one of the least performing. He will engage in state capture, and on his 24th year, he will announce that he's the one that built Abuja. Many of us will be old, will be in our 70s. We'll remember Twitter Spaces. We'll remember Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and we will laugh. We will laugh. Add 24 years to your age now. That's how old you'll be then. And we will tell our children, there was one man that ran this P in Nigeria one time like this. And he will tell the baggy people, the real indigenes of Abuja, that you people should get up. I don't understand how we allowed these Igbo people, Yoruba people, come into our town. This is our place. If we chase all of them away, we'll have this town to ourselves. We'll be able to share all these buildings to ourselves. And we'll sit back and say, Kai, history actually repeats itself. I'm telling you this because this thing happened in this day and age. And there were enough foot soldiers and horsemen of the media apocalypse to sell, solidify, and engage in this gaslighting of history that happened right between our eyes. We are here shouting, this man did not do anything in Lagos. So he did not build Lagos. So not that.
S6, you like say you don't confuse my Christopher Columbus analogy.
Yes, now I carry your analogy come
Let's
Nigeria.
get to someone else. So let me tell
Just
you this.
northerners that come to Lagos and
Mhm.
see everything in Lagos, and they'll say, is it not this man that was governor in Lagos?
Otumba, is this a analogy? When I
Is
say
it
you
not
No,
this
correct
man?
me,
see, my analogy is not
See,
bad. Yeah, S6, you don't watch 24 hours. You
yes,
watch
now
24. Okay, that's who my analogy is directed at.
This is
See, let me cook these noodles finish and pour it on the table. So Nigerians, I'm telling you that what we refuse to fight today, what we sat back and allowed some people to turn tribal, what you sat back and on election day that is coming, you are planning not to come out for revival. You are planning not to come and fight for your country. This thing we're allowing today. I have an 80-year-old father in my sitting room who
is it
who
just
is
me?
one
I think you
of
got
the
a call.
biggest. Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Can't hear him. Sana, can you hear him?
No, I
Can you
can't
guys
hear
hear me?
NCs. It seems you got it covered.
Yeah, now. Yes, yes, you can now. Go ahead.
NC is fading off. I don't know. I'm getting informations. I don't know how true it is. Please, if you can confirm it, please let me know. I'm hearing that APC thugs have attacked GRV and his team at Epe. If you can confirm that
No,
information, please.
I saw a tweet to Maurice now. I think Maurice said the DSS repelled them back. I don't know how true that is. I think Kibati is down there, but I think I read it. I think I was going through Maurice Moyes' tweet and he had talked about how
Yeah,
I
can you
think
guys
they.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So I'm like, my father is one of my biggest supporters. Why? My father was 18 during the Biafran War and fought that war till he was 21. The war no concern him. He schooled in Hope Water, Calabar, came to Nigeria from Germany. My grandfather was a judge, literally the Igbo version of a Supreme Court judge. So we came from a certain level of caliber. And nothing concerned this man. A quarrel in the army led to my dad becoming a soldier. People died in my family. We have a huge family picture. Half of that family picture died in the war. Same thing happening now. Waiting concern GRV, concern the trader in Apapa that their market was burnt. And if we don't nip this thing in the bud, go and meet your 80-year-old parents. Go and meet your parents and ask them whether NEPA was taking light in their 20s or 30s. We didn't even enjoy Nigeria to even have vex. Our own has been suffer from day one till now. So if you're a Nigerian youth, I've said it, collect their money. Chop their money is your money. But when it comes to the polls, leave sentiments. There was one video I saw some boys, Tenable 71 and Tenable 72, and I put a comment. I said, please, post a video of where it was counted like that anywhere in the federation. There is a tweet till today where people are asking, that money is around 2 million now. Post a video of one polling unit. How many? It's tiring. And look, Nigerians, we are at a crossroads. Down to the Nigerian judiciary, lawyers in particular, everybody involved in this case. We are at a crossroads. You can come out of this case as the African judiciary, let me predict again, that gave the mandate that was stolen to the rightful president of the country that won an election. All the facts are there. All the tampered evidence is there. Or you can come out as the judiciary that upholds the sham of an election and puts in a man that already is causing Nigerians to lose many wars on social media, talk less of the ones in real life. You can put him there, and anything Nigerians see, they will take. Anything you see as a judiciary member, you will take. Coming from a people that beat up a Senate, a deputy Senate president, Ike Ekweremadu, they invited him for an event in Germany just to beat him. Anything you people see, you will take. You might go for a speech in Babcock Law School and they will stone you something. Anything you see as a judiciary, please, you will take. I rest my case. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I think you although you missed what Otumba was going to, but please let's Otumba, if you let us just leave that one. I beg. Let's leave that one. I
If
think
you
I
if
feel
you
like
leave Christopher Columbus,
yeah, I feel like
That man are weary.
we have a whole lot of other battles to fight that we should not even be looking. We should focus more on fighting the enemies. We are not our enemies. We are stronger together. Even though inside this obedient movement, we have a whole lot of people where they head the touch. We have been saying it from day one. We have all this
Saddam,
movement has. I'm
Saddam.
coming, please. I'm coming, please. This movement has all type of people. That's what we should always remember that we have all types of people in this movement, and that's why it's a movement that accommodates everybody. So we get the weary, we get the one we not too weary, we get the one we over weary, we serve our brain self. Some of people don't like us for this violence space. Tell ourselves truth. They don't like this community. They say our own too much. They say they do this, we they do that. So let's just on our own as they are accommodating us in the movement. They say those violence people, we are accommodating them. Let us
with a
also.
squad now, we just
Saddam, I want to just
imagine.
Saddam Otumba. Let me just throw in something that people can also deliberate on. Do you see the beauty of obedience? This movement is called obedience, but a lot of people forget that you think it was just carved out of Peter Obi's name. Why do I say this? Your leader said vote LP top to bottom. Some of una Aisha Yusufu, we don't dey inside the same helicopter with this our leader. Comot, look left, look right. Talk say no, we won't vote Moses. Let's use Abishia, or let's try one person. We on this violence space stayed on the issues. Our leader has said this. He's not daft. He has the list of the candidates. If you get one, we get K-leg. Ingo talk say vote LP all the way, minus this guy. He's not an LP person. He came into LP, so he knows Peter Obi is a billionaire. Nobody for LP will get money.
You forgot
We
when
we
Edward said Peter called him to come to Lagos.
hold on, my brother. This I'm about to land. I'm about to land where you could just put two maggi inside this food and I don't cook. Now you see on this space, we now stayed on that LP all the way. Peter Obi lands in Enugu and carries Edoga along. I want to ask everybody else, the people that I now tag as disobedient obedience. How do you feel now? I am from Aisha Yusufu. How do you feel now? Are you going to now solidify your disobedience and say, even though Peter Obi carried this man, walked around Enugu with him, I am still on Frank Wenke Jr. How you have to solidify that your disobedience now because it was still on social media. But now that your leader has said is this person, explain how your disobedience, what angle do you fall back or do you remain disobedient? I yield. Please, this is a good question. I'd like some of you to help me with answers to.
You know what's crazy? Okay, see, we all joined this movement, to support Peter Obi, and we believed in him, we believed in his dream, and we believed in what he was selling us, and we're tired of PDP APC. And this man now is now telling us, help me build a political home. Like, he's literally telling you, this is a man that was governor under Abga for 8 years and probably knew how better it would have been if he had people in the same party with him in several government key positions, or whether the house, he was able to work successfully in Anambra without the legislator. But I know how different it would have been if the legislators were also in the same party, or he could reach out to the governor of a neighboring state. I don't know what state borders Anambra. Saddam.
Delta and Imo.
So yeah, imagine if both governors too were Abga in the same party, and they could rub minds and share ideas and say, you know what, this is this is we're trade. In the US, yes, states do it where I'm a trade partner with you. I'm next door to you. Let's come together and let's figure out how both our states can benefit from joint projects and things like that. And this man is telling us to build a political home for him. Like, I think Omar used to say it where to exert to implement political changes, you need a political home. We can't. I don't know why, and people are telling us, no, it's Frank Wake, Frank is this person, is that nonsense. Peter Obi has told us, and he keeps saying it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think there's one thing we can all agree on in this game of politics. None of us can say we're better than him. I mean, Essex, am I crazy for with
Facts,
that?
my brother. Facts.
None of us can
Facts.
say we have more
None
experience
of us
in
has run
government.
as vice president or one
Yes,
governorship. Let's be
none of
humble
us
on
can
that.
say we have, even though we are all intellectuals and we are smart people and we have careers and we have field.
None
None
of
of
us
us
has
can
been a bank
say
chairman.
exactly. None of us can say, you know what, in this game of politics or consensus building, we have more experience than him. None of us can even say down to his own personal character. I dare say can say we're better than him. And he's telling us, and Peter Obi has, there are two things he's asked from us: to take back our country, defend our votes. The third thing he's asking for us is, you know what, help me build this party, Labour Party top to bottom. And then that's when we now want to decide to put on our thinking cap. And
Otumba, on that thing I'll say here is that you see, most times, yeah, I understand. I try to understand everybody's point of view. I try to. That's why most times when I attack these APC guys, because I do not understand their point of view. I don't understand why you should do what you're doing. But when we're looking at this Enugu case right now, Enugu case, let's say a few weeks ago, I was sold out on Frank. Why? Because I did not know anything about the LP guy, even though he has been working offline. He has been doing a lot of hard work on the grassroots. So we can all agree that the man did not play well. I told him on the space last night, I said, "Sir, you failed by not coming on social media." And that's exactly why Peter had even people. If Peter had done 1% of the amount of PR Shea Makinde or Wike has been doing when Peter was governor, Tinubu will not even contest. Nobody will contest with him because all his facts will be out there in the public for people. Nobody that go and verify will not even be in slang because would have verified on time. So that's what I was expecting from this man. And as the man did not do that, it gave his opponents an opportunity to sell themselves online. And okay, I'm going to speak for someone like Madam Aisha, even if right now I'm not standing on the same side with her because I am LP all the way. But she has been with Frank since 2018. They have known themselves. They have done the red card movement stuff since 2018. She has spoken about Frank early this year. Before she jumped on the ship with Peter. She have talked about his campaign. So when you see such people, you know that they are not influenced by anything but by a relationship she has with this person. And I can understand that. And I can always say this. What I will not understand is that if she's not putting it upon us like we must, I'm not going to champion her. Don't come out and say, and don't say we should stop following, we should not vote for LP. If she's doing Frank, let her do her Frank. But I'm not going to call her out. But what I have a problem is if you probably have collected money for for Frank and you want to come out here and want to sell him and castigate the LP candidate, then you go fight. But let us be also as human beings understand that in this particular Frank, this Enugu issue right now, we cannot change every obedient to come to the side of LP. That is the truth. If we can all agree on that, it is not. This is not. It is not. Like, I'm not. This is not a cult. Even if we know that we're in a cult, but this is not. This is it's a coded cult, yeah. But it's not an open cult. Now if we say everybody is going to say, they're not going to be saved by more. No, this particular issue is a one out of the box issue because we know that this man did not do his diligent job online. And before the people have jumped, so our job right now is to change the hearts of majority of LP people to understand that this LP is what we are following right now. But for those people that are pushing that ship of Frank, please, like Aisha, you don't need to go and start insulting Aisha. Aisha has been on Frank for years. Don't go and she's not going to come and change her mind today. Please allow that woman to be. She's doing her job for Peter and the movement. Do not go and insult that woman. Please, obedient. Please, allow her do her own thing. We on our own, we are telling you it's LP all the way. Aisha cannot influence more than one voter as me, self, I go influence for here. As Otumba, you go influence for here. As all of us get one vote and one influence. We are standing on the path that it is LP all the way. Allow Aisha for her friendship to campaign for her friend that she has been with. And if it's them, if it is, I'm not even going to call all these our influencers name right now. All of them, whatever their
all the
business,
Christopher Columbus's.
whatever their business is with Frank is their business. Our job here is to make sure that their business does not work. That's our job on the platform. Please spare less time with those niggas and put more time in selling LP all the way. That man has been on this platform. He has spoken, and I heard a sound man I don't know about you guys, but I heard the sound man, and I believe that sound man is good enough, and he will be here on the platform again today. And also, Abia State Governor Alex Oti will be joining us today also. So Oti will be here on the platform also. He's just going to come out. I told him that we cannot give him much time today, but he's probably going to come up here and just say hi to all of us, and we're going to have a scheduled space with him for Tuesday. And on Thursday, we will have, by the grace of God, the PH, the next governor of Port Harcourt, the lady, Madam Beatrice. Rivers State, yes, by Thursday. So we'll have a couple of them here. So please, guys, for Enugu own, allow people that are campaigning for this man to do. If you just, I love how many of you are, I just go on the thread, under the thread. I see Laura put, if they post, vote for Frank, obedient to go there and start, put LP top to bottom, LP top to bottom, Erdogan top. That is the way forward. Just go there and cast it, but don't insult them, please. Please. Please, thank you. October, I don't know. Let's open the space before people.
We can. I mean, me, I'm not opposed to insulting people. Me, I don't mind it, though. But I mean,
no insult ourselves.
You're allowed to. You're allowed.
Let's reserve our insult
small
for
dragging. No, I mean small, respectful dragging. Let me put it that way.
Sirdam, it's too late to me. I don't cuss out.
Jimmy, you that bandit. You that bandit. Before I don't even know. If last time I could just use your phone first. If last time I could do. I beg, guys, please. Let us pay this insult for Tinubu.
I want to know that. I want to know where.
Moving forward. I don't go cuss him, but I don't cuss him already.
Moving forward, please.
I heard he created the movement, so I don't know when we collected.
No, that's not what he said. That's not. Please let us be, even while we are cooking. Let us cook with. If we are cooking our people, let us cook with the right ingredients. Please. No, he has now. He has. He did. He made a tweet. He never said.
That's my Christopher Columbus reference.
No, he never said he created the obedient movement. He never said. What he said was that
is one of the pioneers.
Yeah, and that is true. Let us, when we give flowers, give ourselves flowers, give everybody flowers. All of us are pioneers. And remember, on this platform, I always say, if you join obedient movement one day to elections.
Sorry, who said they created obedient movement? Sorry.
No, that's what people insinuated.
Sorry, send me a DM, please.
No, calm down. I make I mute everybody first. Calm down. Which I'm saying, please. And I know say on this platform I don't fry Jack so many times, but the one I will not stand is false accusation or false representation of what he did not say. Please. Jack is one of the pioneers of in fact, he's the founder, I think, of the Take Back Nigeria movement. Jack has made so many nonsense comments in the course of this movement. Jack has done so many things bad that we have roasted Jack on this platform. But if we are roasting him, let us roast him on facts, please. Let's not roast him on insinuation. On what no propaganda against your enemy, against your opponent. Now, not against us now. Which guy cultism is the guy?
No, don't worry. Me, I just wanted to know. Don't worry. I don't need any more facts than that. I just wanted to know who said it.
I beg. No, Otuma, please. Otuma, wait. Let me say.
Treason is a capital crime. And to me, treason is when you say with the court, you can't go to say, and that other person, Baba, you go collect.
Otumba, a few weeks ago, say the truth and shame the devil. A few weeks ago, were you on the Frank Wiki train or not?
No, I didn't care until Peter Obi came and said.
So you see, all of us, but you now you have come out to.
But Sirdam, that's emotional intelligence now. So
but that is not what everybody does not. When we say emotional intelligence, you act like everybody possesses that. It is not. It's a rare gift. Many people don't have it. Let's say the truth. Many people, when we say emotional intelligence,
the ability to read the room. See, when I read the room was when I saw the election. When I saw the results of the election, I think the first one that shocked me was Banky W. And N6 summarizes. N6 said, we spent the last 8 months drumming Mama Papa picking into people's head. How then do we, and on February 25, they showed us that selling of Mama Papa picking worked. Because people were literally voting. Anywhere they saw the logo, it was thumb printing. It was auto, basically, man, put it here. So then it made sense to us, like, wait a minute. I remember Estes used to say this. He used to say, how do you spend 8 months selling a logo to people? And then after a week, you want to change it and say, you know what? Don't vote for Mama Pikin anymore. Go and vote for some chicken.
Otumba, I want to ask you a question.
Cow and chicken, boots,
have you ever gone under any of those trends? Have you ever gone under any of those vote from wicked trends?
Oh yeah, it's LP under him.
So that is exactly so. If you can understand that when you make a tweet and say vote for Frank, and under that tweet you have 200 comments, and under 200 comments, 195 I tell you LP. It shows your comments are not your views are not popular. You are not on the popular side of this movement. That is the truth. So why me should I stress myself with you when I already know that the people that they see most times we underestimate the intelligence of the obedient movement, and sometimes it baffles me. We are a bunch of freaking intelligent people that know what is right from wrong. The only reason why Edoga was not selling online is because he did not have any social media footprint. The day I saw what this man was doing online, man, I took off my clothes. I said, I will fight for this man. I don't know him.
Yeah, I think when we saw the pictures, I remember when we saw
the
how
videos.
Videos and pictures of how he basically established Labour Party in Enugu. I was like, wow.
Do you understand?
Made it popular. No, not campaign offices.
And let's confess something. The only thing that Frank Weke Jr. had on us was he did one video and said, even though I'm in Abga, me and my family.
And it's English.
There is finished. There is no political antecedents to the man. He has not done anything of repute. Even in this season, I must tell you that Edoga has done more. And if you Google and search, I've checked.
Yes, now.
Frank Weke is just running on PDP social currency and former minister social currency. Edoga on record has done more. And let's not even cap this Enugu issue. As far as I'm concerned, it is ended because the person you're supporting has gone and told you this. So, okay, you still want to argue it again? That's my question. So you still want, okay, argue it with me now. She Peter, don't go follow the man waka. Oh yeah, now sell your Frank. Look, Baba, like I said, we have already entered the stage of brand hypnosis. They removed LP from the logo, put the logo in black and white on all the ballot boxes. We have spent 8 months pushing Mama, Papa, Pikin. By all means, sell whoever you want to sell. By all means. But on the day, I know say people go there, that boot, or this, or that cow and chicken, or that chicken and staff, or that squirrel. By the time they get there, they go just look when their brain tired, they go just press Mama, Papa, Pikin. So, good luck to you. Good luck to you.
I beg, let's open the space for people to, because we have few time and before our guests start coming, our people talk before our guests will come in. But guys, you're welcome to the Vawulence space. Person say Bolabo that Tinubu is not he can never be my president. I beg. Let us open the space or two. But I don't know if you're gonna do that or let me.
I beg this week, they help me. They fire PDAPC handles that we want to see them. They should bring their candidates for us on Spaces. They should bring their candidates on Spaces.
Let Tinubu go to Rivers State. Rivers people that voted you, that you want Rivers State, are saying, come and show us our certificate we gave you. Come to Rivers State. They are begging Tinubu. That's the latest news. Please come to Rivers State.
Especially the 80,000 people in Obiakpo. Especially the 80,000 in Obiakpo.
I swear, if I was Tinubu, Obiakpo is the first place I'll go to come and show you people that I got 80,000 votes in Rivers.
God bless you.
I'll show my certificate. Like, oh, come on, look at this.
But I've been doing party in Obiakpo for the past 2 weeks now. Party every day. They celebrate. You know they watch the videos. They celebrate every day for Obiakpo. Tinubu boys. They celebrate every day. 80K boys. Tinubu, they are waiting for you, sir. Please, you have to go there next week. Please, and show them your certificate of return. Thank you. And with that, you open the space. Otumba, I don't know who's going to go there. I don't know who came up here. You brought us speakers.
I think we start with Dr. Olu. I don't know if Jimmy wants to go, but let's go Dr. Olu.
Yeah, let's do Dr. Olu first.
Marianne Nwatu. Then we'll go to, I'm going to go make a female. We'll go to my brother Max. Then we'll come down to Omas Therapy. And we'll go from there. Then we'll go to Tanko. Then let me see, Tammy. We'll just keep rolling around. Mag, I see you, Jimmy. If you guys are floor members. If you want to Servik also. So let's start with that. Dr. Olu, how are you doing this morning?
Hello, boss, everybody. All protocol duly observed. Well, Sirdam, I'm sorry, I may have to defer one of your point anyway. As in, you have your belief and I respect your opinion, but I cannot stand somebody trying to feel entitlement or that kind of egoistic nature, and has been consistently with that. Somebody that believed that Kaduna governor is one of the best governors in Nigeria. Somebody that tweeted February 25 that this is the best election in the history of Nigeria. That kind of person, I can't give that person breathing space on Twitter space. I cannot. I'm sorry. Now, back to the point of INEC judiciary failure. The point here is this. I keep on saying this. It's like the reputation of Supreme Court is on the line. Imagine you going to UCH or you're going to LUT or going to OUTAC, and there is already kind of bias towards the medical doctors there that are. If you go there for operation, the tendency that you are going to die is almost 90%. How do you think ideally, how do you think the community and the medical team will feel? Automatically, they have already put their reputation online. Supreme Court right now, irrespective of whatever decision they are going to make, there is what we call moral justice. And that is where the obedient movement comes in. And that is when I'm so happy that we are consistent with our belief that Peter Obi won. And there is more than 1,000 evidences that have shown that Amoda was a crook candidate and was stolen, to the extent that Wike have to admit indirectly that they rigged election for this man. So I believe the decision of Supreme Court now is not about what is right or what is wrong. It's about trying to protect the institution that they think is at the highest sacred order in the history of Nigeria. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that they will not make this country into anarchy. I can assure you that the reason why there have not been any kind of rancor all around is because of one man. Peter Obi came out, told us that, guy, calm down. Don't do this, don't do this. And people do what? People obey him. And that is a message to let us know that he's actually the president-elect. Since this man, what is his name? Tinubu, or I don't want to call him Tinubu, Amoda became president-elect by INEC. He has never for once had granted an interview any longer. For the past 1 week now, I have not seen a situation whereby Amoda talk to people, relate with us. And this is the kind of government that he, which I'm rebuking against, is likely to practice. Hide and seek. Atiku is also in the same bracket. Now that Peter Obi is going from one state to another, from Enugu state to Abia state to Delta state to Benin to Edo state, to this campaigning for his people, campaigning for this the governorship candidate and House of Rep. Where is Atiku? Most likely, Atiku is already working on his passport to return back to Dubai. Most likely. So these are the points that people don't understand about obedient movement. And the reason why many of us indirectly referred Peter Obi as a God sent. Because that is what makes you a leader. And that is the point I want my people here, people that thinking that they have influence. Fine. We need to call them to order. Because let me tell you, Sirdam, and anybody here, is because one, this is the process where Deja Vu, Deji, Sega Link, all these catfish, this is how they started. They started feeling soda padded. The main work, or let me tell you, what we call the main so-called influence that you can think you have is on the grassroots. People tweeting on spaces, out of about 1 million obedient, these guys cannot influence up to 50,000 people. But trying to discredit a party that many of us struggle to build, irrespective of how you want to look at it, Jack was one of the most important people from Take Back Nigeria, Anambra First Son, and Judah. I need to mention them. I'm sorry, Emma. I'm sorry, but I need to just mention their name.
Bro, Vawulence, please go ahead.
So they are the one. Because let me tell you, I am from Osun State, and it took me a lot of courage to convince people, whether we see the result or not, to convince people that this is not a regional party. And that is why I'm praying and I'm putting all my best, both my humanly resources, into Lagos State. Because winning the Lagos State alone, number one, is going to demystify whatever intention people are saying about being a regional party. It's going to pave way for the Southwest. Because I want Labour Party to actually erode into this Osun State, Oyo State, and Ekiti State. But how will I be an obedient coming to a Twitter space, campaigning for Lagos, and I get to an Enugu and I say I vote for Abga? That means I'm a confused human being. That is just the message. And people have forgot to understand that Labour Party is a party that we want to build. That message is not resonating in some of these catchfish. This is a party that we need to build to be at the same compete with this so-called establishment. When what is it, Sheikh Okibaloye was having his politics yesterday, talking about the how many minutes do I have, October?
A minute more. Go ahead.
Okay. When October when Sheikh Okibaloye was talking about the party in the state, anytime he mentioned Labour Party, I can see some element of surprise that Labour Party has 34. That kind of there is some surprise within him because nobody expects that we can actually pull this strange. So in a nutshell, if we are on this platform, we need to continue to call those people that want to derail the movement. Many of us have the ability to withstand some of these shenanigans from these guys. And we need to ensure that in as much as possible, whatever they want to propagate, whatever propaganda they want to spread against Chijioke Dioga. I never knew that guy, but from this violent space, I was able to engage him. We need to debunk it. Well, we need to make them know that they are not relevant. You are relevant because of obedience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stein, Dr. Olu. Thank you so much. Marianne, what are you doing? Marianne, are you there?
Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm actually a little bit busy. Like, can you move to the next speaker? Come on.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to who did I call? My brain. I think.
Otuba, hold on 1 minute. Let me just make mention of this real quick. I mean, Dr. Lu made mention of something I think I need to call people's attention to. In as much as these guys want to support, other candidates, I have no problem with that. Okay, but the thing is, it says otherwise of them disobeying a direct order. They can actually support these people, in a way that they can do that secretly. Okay, but they're doing it openly, and to other parties, people watching, they're not even united, and this is coming from some of the front liners of the movement. So it's a matter of we having contradictions between frontliners. You have people saying Obi a Labour Party all the way, and Obi himself, right, stated the names of these guys, but you're coming out to say otherwise.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
please, I want to say this real quick here. Please, there's a
Go
reason
on,
why
go on.
on the violence space we stick to topic. If we open space and want to discuss influencers, what influencers say, we'll have that topic as influencers say. Please, we have a topic. I wanted to shut down Dr. Luba and say, let us allow it go. Let's not be like, say, please, we have a topic that is very, 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 very important. More important than any influencer telling anybody to go and vote this or vote that. Please. So going forward, please, guys, if you're on the platform, let us stick to topic. We have a guest in the next few minutes. With us, please. So let us have like this digressing. You can, in the midst of your submission, digress, but please let our submission be on topic. I beg.
Sirdam, have you noticed that it's only Peter Obi that is going around pushing the candidates of his party in the gubernatorial? As Tinubu won election like this, to your so Israel, every other governor, you're on your own. You have not seen him going around the 36 states of the Federation, the 30-something states running elections this season, telling his crowd that, hello guys, all of you, the 8 million of you that voted for me. Because remember, he has to now share this 8 million by 30-something. with maybe the majority going into Lagos. But you're not seeing any of that. You're not seeing Atiku with Jandor going around canvassing. Things are happening, no. Things are
I was going
happening.
to mention. I was
Okay.
going to mention that after my submission, but yeah. As Saddam has said. Anyway, let's move forward. I heard what you said, but I mean, you see, this obese movement thing is different because look at the way they showed him love today in Edo State, and we've been talking about we'll win this election on a landslide, on a line, but guess what? We did. We actually did. It was so mad. We won so much that they thought we actually rigged the election. That was how bad it was. They kept saying they rigged, they rigged, they rigged. That's an obvious, landslide. We won on the land because look, if you want to rig an election, it takes a lot of planning, and I can bet you there is no space, no obedient space that had any topic or a get together of people planning on how they will rig election. It never happened. So people coming saying Labour Party rigged, and they're coming up with different kind of videos of women, Igbo women, Tom printing. They're showing them how to on a specimen sample ballot paper. So see, we've won this case only if the judicial system works. Regardless what we think about the judicial system, we still need to go through it. We can't say because they failed in the past, we're not going to go through it and we just, jump into chaos. Nah, that's not going to happen. So as Saddam said, and as Obi has said, guys, let's be patient. Obi knows what he's doing. He be customer dada for, they know him for court. He be now customer dada. He knows what he's doing. And for the kind of person he is, NC said something earlier on. NC said he could tell if he said something within 24 hours, the country will turn upside down. 24 hours? Are you kidding me? Within 5 minutes, if that guy says something right now, the whole country will turn upside down. I'm telling you, because people are bottled up in anger. Presidential election way past now. How many people don't congratulate president-elect? And the people that actually did, they've been deleting. Can you imagine that embarrassment? They were actually deleting their tweets just because of what they later on heard about what happened in Nigeria. See, witness go yapa. Financial Times, they are one of those witnesses because they saw people, armed men, running away with ballot box. Look, the case is done on arrival. Done, not dead. Done on arrival. Let me yield back for someone else to speak, I beg. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. I think we'll go to Omar's therapy.
Hello, good evening. Saddam, good evening. Cecil, Otimba, good evening. Thank you for the amazing work you're doing. I just woke up this morning. I was just angry. The old that our judiciary, it's nothing to write home about, okay? Sometimes there's a little bit of fear. Are they going to do the right thing or not? And I know that we want to do things that within the legal means, and we don't want to bring chaos. So protest on the streets is out of it. But I know we have the elections coming for the governorship on Saturday, and we should focus on that now. But after the governorship elections, I think we can't. I've been just reading all day about how can we run a protest on social media, since we cannot, be on the streets because they would send their talks to do things that, and then they'll say it was obedient movement that did it, just like how they, did the end SARS and all of that. Can we run a social media protest that's after the governorship election, and our attention, it's on the judiciary, sort of to put pressure on them to make them do the right thing? But we did end this slash the hashtag and SARS and police brutality on social media. So since we can't be on the streets physically? Can we drive a social media protest? Can we run a social media campaign? We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're everywhere, any social media platform that we can use. But this will be like after the governorship elections, where we just start to push the judiciary just to, get the world to focus on our judiciary, and also to send the strong message that we are, on them, and to also put them off balance and all of that, and get them to do the right thing. I don't know, but I just thinking we people are angry and they want to go on the streets, but if we can't go on the streets, can't we just do something? At least just do a social media protest or something, while we're still watching the media and hoping that they will do the right thing.
Thank you. Max, my brother, how you doing?
Otumba, I'm very well, thank you. MS Sirdam, N6. Otumba, I'll probably just hang on until our guest comes up, because I actually wanted to correct an impression when Sirdam was speaking about what the jackass of a guy did. But since he has queried that we shouldn't deliberate on that matter, I'll probably take his hints and hang on until our guest comes up. But everybody knows, I think everyone who knows me know that I've been shouting for the longest about how stupid and foolish the young man is, but I'm not going to go there today. I'll leave it, because Sirdam has said that we shouldn't turn this space to what it is. But I'm just going to advise Sirdam, this is violence based. People come with anger, with hotness. And if you know that you don't want us to debate about an issue, I'd advise that you yourself do not bring up that issue. Because what you've done essentially is bring up an issue, and that some of us are now ready to talk about
Max,
it.
I did not bring up that issue. I did not. Please don't.
When I came, I heard you
Otumba, no,
talking.
Max, no, don't do that. Don't, please, don't, please don't, please.
You
I did
don't
not
know
bring
what
up.
I'm going to say. This is the
No,
thing, though.
Max, please.
What do you think I
No,
was going to do? You said don't
I
do
did
that.
no. You already said I brought up that issue. I am very, very big on topic on this platform. I am
So
very, very big. I made my submissions and I did my submissions and I spoke on topics. I
okay,
did not bring up that.
so
And
here's the
please,
thing. When I
Max,
came,
please wait, please. I have to mute you for that, please. I am very big on topic. There's a reason why. I'm not going to come here and be deliberating about people that do not matter in the scheme of affairs. We have an election that we are about to put. Otumba, I sent something on WhatsApp. Please check it out, please. There's a reason why we are discussing this. I'm not going to turn this when we want to have a discussion on dragging people. You don't drag people here past me. Now my job be that. That's what I do. That is what we do on this platform. But we have a topic here, please. It is simple. We have a guest coming up. We can choose to spend the remaining day dragging people that will not affect the effect of the elections, or we can choose to talk on issues that will affect the outcome of our elections. You choose what you want to do. But on the platform today, we are choosing to discuss on INEC and judiciary failures. It is up there. And people can digress. I said it even in my last submission. I told Jimmy, I said, you can digress, but it shouldn't be all about that. So don't come out here and say I brought this. I did not do that. Please don't say what I did not do. I beg. Thank
you. In fairness, it was me. I was when I brought up Christopher Columbus.
so this is the thing, though. When I came,
the thing is, I understand. I get it, but Max, go ahead.
yeah. So this is the thing, though. When I came in and I was hearing Sirdam talking about it, so I wouldn't know if he's the one that started it. So in fairness to him, and I concede that point, if he said that he wasn't the one that brought it. But and I'd advise, as host and co-host, if you don't want us to discuss the topic, I'd advise that you don't bring it up, so that people will not be tempted to move that way. But that said, I'll take your hints. I'm not going to discuss that, because I do agree with you that that's not really important in the scheme of things. We have an election on coming up in a couple of days. There are lots of grassroots work to be done, so I would rather spend my time talking about the grassroots efforts and things that we have to do to support Peter Obi in terms of the his matter in at the Court of Appeal and the Election Petition Tribunal. So that said, I'll just let other people speak and then hopefully just wait until the guest comes. Thank you.
Hold on, Sir Max. I mean, as a legal practitioner, I was actually looking towards your submission. I want to know what happens now that they've given INEC the order, right, to allow parties to have access to these electoral materials, but they refused. They went ahead with the configuration. What do you think happens after? Do they go to court again, or what happens in this case, please?
Well, I try not to comment on issues that are before the courts, and another reason is because that I try to abstain from these issues is because the Nigerian judiciary is one judiciary that when issues come before it, you cannot speak with certainty about the outcomes. For instance, I can sit down here, and if a matter is before the House of Lords, I can give you what would be the likely outcome. If a matter is before the U.S. Supreme Court, I can tell you with certainty, with some degree of certainty, that this matter is going to go this way and that way. And I can tell you the judges, like when the issue about when Roe v. Wade was relitigated, I was able to predict with certainty the justices that would overturn that decision. And I was able to say that that decision will be taken, it will be thrown back to the states to decide. And I was able to point at least 3 or 4 justices that I felt would go this way. And I was able to look at the other justices that I felt would not overturn the decision. And when the decision came out, I was to 90%, if not 100% correct. So that is where you could predict with certainty. But the Nigerian judiciary sometimes is difficult to predict. And I say this with no sense of pride. I say this, I cover myself, my face, and my nose, especially when I say these things, especially as a lawyer. It's shameful. But if you look at the decision that came out just a few days ago, where a court is giving a judgment that INEC has the discretion to upload result at polling units, the last decision that came is shameful because the Electoral Act is clear, and even the INEC guidelines.
Max,
It's clear.
please, I want to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
In a case whereby people judgment has been granted, like the last one right now, and no vex, I mean, if you can mute, bro. If and judgment has been granted, and the court order is not being followed, what is the next course of action?
So there's first of all, we need to. I was going to this point because it's almost the same thing that Jimmy asked. It's contempt of court, and there's a process when the court is in contempt. But in this, with regards to this particular act, where INEC has been served the order, and the INEC has refused to comply with the order, I think the Electoral Act even has a provision for that, and so Peter Obi and his lawyers, they have to return back to the court and report. Because what INEC essentially is doing is contempt to the courts, disobeying, not following the court order. There's a provision for that. I'm not sure about the exact section of the Electoral Act, but what happens is the court will treat the officer who the order is directed to as being in contempt, and I think he's liable for a fine and if possibly maybe conviction, depending on the discretion of the court. So clearly, what has happened is contempt of courts. But again, this is the reason why when I started talking, I was talking about the uncertainty in the Nigerian judiciary. Again, we don't know how the court will want to treat it. We don't know what the court will want to do. It's shameful. as a lawyer, I can't even say with certainty what will happen. But basically, what has happened is that INEC is in contempt, and the officer to which the order is directed to would now face the wrath of the court. So the Labour Party lawyers will now have to go to the courts and then report back that the order that the court has given has not been followed, and then the officer in charge the court will now reprimand the officer in charge. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, bro. I just wanted to get context because man, this one I don't even know. I'm just God. Well, let's move on.
Tell me.
Okay.
Hi everybody. Good evening. Trust you're all doing well. Um, I remember sometime last year in July when we're having, I don't know, maybe it was Violence Space. I don't even, I think it was Violence Space. And I remember coming up and saying that for me, all the work we're doing, like I don't even have a problem. I don't think we have a problem of reach, or if we're going to ever, get to the point where we've probably sanitized the whole country. And I mean, the Peter Obi message is all over, right? I said it that our problem was INEC. I remember that I was one of the first persons that said our problem was INEC. What happened? No, people shut me down. No, it's not yet time to talk about INEC. Sirdam, let's give them time. Don't worry, let's give them time. They will prove themselves to all. Okay. We moved. August, people were having issues with PVCs. They were, September, October, November, December, finally, Sirdam decided that, okay, it was now time to come heavy on INEC after several months. I also remember, and Sirdam, you know that me and you now, we are bros. I'm not even trying to, I'm just trying to build up something. I also remember when.
No, it's understandable. Mahmoud as well at the time was making lofty promises on public record. So
Wait
I
now.
can't blame you and you can't blame Sirdam. So continue,
My
please.
sister, Sirdam, let's continue. So, I also remember that, I also remember, I stopped coming.
You go to remember from there. You go jail. You will remember to jail. You will remember. I only remember now your jail door.
They should try to remember our topic too.
Jail
Should
now
they
jail.
follow the
I
topic?
remember. I remember. And just because today na your birthday, I go allow you to speak. Just because today is your birthday, you know what people know. I will tell them today is this boy's birthday. But he's a guy, yo. He's a guy. Make I go to say na woman they talk.
I'm actually on topic. We are talking about INEC and judiciary failure. So I am on
Yes,
topic.
I know, my brother. Calm down, please.
I
Keep
remember.
quiet, my sister. Keep
I
quiet,
We
my
remember.
remember.
sister.
Don't
You're not
worry.
Sister
remembering. You're not remembering.
Sirdam, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Oh, wait. I have to drop you now because our guests have come. Before you remember,
We just remembered our guest too.
I just remember our guest is here. I remember our guest. Today is your birthday. I'll continue.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I also remember people shouting, Buhari is the greatest, is the number one obedient. And I used to yimu where I was. It's in Yoruba. I am one person that I see Nigeria and our leaders as a totally failed state. I'm not even trying to. I'm not trying to. If someone offers me 100 million naira right now or 200 million and says, take 200 million or leave Nigeria, I would it's so bad that I would pick leaving Nigeria because I don't believe in Nigeria. The only hope that I had was in Peter Obi, and it's still in Peter Obi. And everything you guys were saying then, hailing Buhari, oh, he has done that, oh, he has done that. I was just looking at you people that, is it the same Buhari or it's another Buhari you guys are talking about? Now we've gotten to the point where the judiciary is now in play, and we are making the same mistake of actually trusting or believing that these people will actually do the right thing. See, me in my mind, in my mind, the judiciary is not going to do the right thing. The only, like I said a few weeks ago that I personally believe that our movement is not natural. The obedient movement is not natural. So for me, the belief that I have that Peter Obi is going to take back his mandate is not based on the efficiency of the judiciary. It's actually based on the fact that, when you just know something, that's how I feel. I didn't have a dream. I immediately it happened. Immediately I just knew. I said, this guy is going to get back our mandates. So I totally hate the fact that we are even trying to think that these people will act in our, like, okay, so I was talking to my dad yesterday and I was like, Dad, because obviously he voted for Peter Obi and all of that. I was like, Daddy, what do you think? And he was like, I don't know how true it is. I tried to Google, but I didn't get the results. He was like, there's nowhere in the world where an election has been overturned that they can. It has been over. Maybe when I checked on Google, I noticed that in Austria and one other place, they had to call for a re-election. Now, I didn't go in depth, but what I saw was.
Tell me, you mean presidential election, right? Not
presidential election. Yes. Okay. So that's what he was saying, that there's no way. And so, these old men now, once they try their best, if he has given up, like he's like, maybe. I had to tell him that I was trying to make, and he was like, for you guys for us to get 6 million, whatever votes we are. But I was like, Daddy, we will get this thing back. That was just we will get it back. And I had to make him understand that I hope you know that the 6 million vote is actually not our vote. We were first. PDP was second, and I believe APC was distant third. So the judiciary, in my opinion, I have no belief. I am not shocked at what they are doing.
Sorry, Temi, check Kenya and Malawi.
Yes, I saw Kenya.
2017 and 2020. Yeah,
I saw Kenya 2017, right?
17, yeah. And Malawi 2020, it was done.
Okay, I didn't see Malawi. I saw Kenya. So like I said, this leeway we are giving them, and maybe they will, maybe me, if I could, I would straight go to the next option, straight up, because I already know they are going to fail.
Hold on, Temi. Let me tell you something you might not know, and this is literally an answer for what you're saying. We are very powerful people in this movement, minus what Peter Obi says. The fact that on this space alone there are more than 1,000 people also puts us under certain responsibilities. There's some information we also hear as the top in violence space that we can't just bring and throw out here. You understand? We know, we have heard some things about Buhari, but you don't expect us to come here and start bashing Buhari. You understand? And this is also politics. So don't take everything at face value too. Our competition are here. So we'll come in and bash Buhari, bash Buhari, bash Buhari. We would come here and say Buhari is obedient. Buhari intends to give us a good election. And with that, you then have a plan, especially when you've heard Buhari and the APC intend to rig the election. Do you then come here and bond? Okay, now Peter Obi has called for calm. You seem like a more gingered type of obedient. Do we come here on this space and then call for protest? We are powerful enough to start a rumble going on. So there's also responsibility with the power we have. In the words of Pirelli tires, power is nothing without control. So I understand your sentiment. I understand your energy. I get where you're coming from. But please, like we also encourage, you see these spaces of a thing, I swear, it's free for everybody. You can open your space, have a more militant type of obedient movement. We will come there, supporting your kamikaze department. You understand where I'm coming from? And it will be all love. But we here have to keep a balance. We have to balance people like you with people like the Dr. Olus, with more decent crowd. We have people like Jeffrey Gotterman, who is a foreigner. We won't come here and just go and just do everything like that. So everybody knows Ahab. Ahab's antecedents are well known from military till today. Nobody said Ahab is an epitome of democracy. Nobody said, oh, we are trusting Ahab. Nobody ever said Ahab was obedient. Ahab last, in true Ahab fashion, showed us his ballot paper. He did not thumbprint for Labour Party. So I don't think today is a day for I told you so's. Today is more of a topic. And I need you, let me just end this here. Please understand, we have guests, they're on the floor, they are listening. So let's try and make this discussion a bit more welcoming for the kind of energy they're about to bring. God bless you, and I hope you understand what I'm saying, and I spoke respectfully. Continue. You have 30 seconds to finish your submission.
Also, I want to say this. See, the thing about INEC is no one believes INEC was competent, but we kept saying it on Spaces because if you're telling people that want to go out and vote that, man, don't even waste your time partaking in this process, then nobody will come out to vote. So
Yeah,
yeah,
we could end
so
up
some of the things,
encouraging that.
some of the things, like so. But there's something Sirdam has even sent to me right now that we can't say on the Space. We cannot, because not because we buy or believe in the system, but there's a it's part of being emotionally intelligent also, where you have to find a way to read the room and not we don't want to sell fear and doomsday, because then people will have sat at home. If I told people, man, hey man, there's a probability INEC will not upload the previous result, do you think people will have gone out to vote? No. So we
Okay,
have
tell
to
me,
keep,
we had
yeah.
security reports that the election was going to be violent. We had security reports. If we had come here every day and drummed on the violence and the plans of the APC and the little pockets of gatherings, we have received information that they are gathering this, that. You for come out, come vote. You for come out, come vote that day. You for come out, come vote. So we will be here and telling you, come out to vote. There will be things like this. The police is there. The police has promised this one. Is that not what you would say? Do you understand me? So please understand the balance. It's politics, but there's also a very volatile nation at the precipice of of chaos and anarchy. And all of these things must be navigated properly. Please, I beg you. I hope you understand what I'm saying. You have your 30 seconds.
Okay. I don't remember trying to call for people. I was talking on a personal basis and I was saying what I felt about the entire thing. So I don't understand. I don't think I hold the power to tell people to do whatever and all. Like I said, I don't trust them. Um, I just believe, I just know that at the end of the day, whatever they will do, he will still reclaim his mandate. And lastly, on I think we should allow people to be in the obedience movement. I really think we should. I really think we should. People have put in work. People were there before some of us joined. And I think we should just let them be. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. God bless you. Yes, we would let them be. Day two, like we have said, the space button is free. They are also free to open their space button. Till today, I've not seen Chude do space with Frank Weke Jr. You'll be thinking that Aisha will be doing space with these people. So me too, I'm confused. Like I said, it go pain me if they know they cash out all this thing where then they do. LP all the way. We are here. We are doing what we do for this movement. Like I repeat, the open space button is free. Elon gave it to everybody. Push your own side of the movement. We'll push our own side. You can support your cock and chicken. You can support your rain boots, support your condom, raincoat, anything that is the emblem of your political party. Push it. We
Yes,
love
it's
you all.
condom
We
party
meet at
day.
the polls.
Condom party day.
Baba, you never see some kind logos. You never see logo. Logo yampia now. So vote for any free, but we stand by Labour all the way. Mama, Papa, picking. May no hard. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, N6. Thank you. Otumba, happy birthday, my guy. Temi, thank you for
Happy birthday,
everything.
Temi.
Yeah, today is his
So now
birthday.
give her a banger now. Tell me is the day one.
No,
Yeah.
it's for our church. For our church, they play birthday song.
Oh, let me Paul be a pastor.
That one a Church of Scientology.
No, we celebrate at the end. We have Honorable Chijoke here, and we have to I don't know how we're going to do this. I think we have to bring in a co-host from Enugu. I don't know how we're going to do this stuff right
Yes,
now.
let's do it. I'm volunteering to drop. I'm
Okay,
volunteering to
please.
stay
Just
down.
join us
Let's
as the
bring a
speakers.
co-host.
Let's get a
Yeah,
co-host on the Enugu side.
let's get a co-host. Because
Let's bring
my
their
Enugu
people.
people, please request this space is for Enugu people. Please,
Yeah.
if you're not from Enugu, honestly, at this point, there's no some questions. Except, I think we'll please also put your comments in the section, and please, it's also not just questions. So ask for how we can help his campaign too. So please, it's not just about grilling and grilling. We need to also
Also,
help
yes, I
both
wanted to
ways.
add
Yes.
this. With all due respect, these are Labour Party candidates. These are brave people who believed in this movement as early as many of you. Table your questions in a manner that if they even fall short, they can also learn from you as much as you can learn from them. It is not a fight. It is not a war. They are not the reason Enugu is upside down or Nigeria is the way it is today. So please let your questions come with respect and also be able to ask your questions in a way that they can answer the question the way you want it answered. All right. Some of you have certain questions, but you ask it in such a way that it comes off as agitational or whatever. Please, let's all be respectful on the space today. I love you all, and let's have a great session. God bless you.
All right.
Hey,
Thank you very
Sirdam,
much.
real quick, please, can you have everybody retweet this space right now so we can get a lot of people here because some people want to be reminded when it comes on. So please, let's retweet and retweet and retweet.
Thank you very much, my brother Big Mac. Thank you for that one. Guys, please share the space, retweet the space. The next governor from Enugu is here on the platform with us. If you missed Thursday, you're welcome here today. He's here with us. Barrister Chijoke Edoga is here. Sir, if you can hear me, can you? Oh, I think he's dropped, so he's going to come back. Please request the mic. Request the mic, sir.
Let me drop as well so you can bring up Enugu people. I'll be back later on.
All right, please. Thank you, my brother. So, guys on the
Yeah,
platform,
Saddam,
please.
I think you can drop me as well too. I wanted to talk about Nasara, but we'll do that
Yeah,
later.
we'll do
So
that.
drop,
I think his time with us
yeah.
will not be that long. We will spend a few hours with him. After the space, we'll have reaction. So please, all of us are on speakers, please. No
All right.
offense. We have to drop everybody. We're going to see come back up. You know, as we've done for the violence space now. Let's just have the space for our Enugu people. Let us discuss these issues. A whole lot of stuff we want to ask. If you want to comment, you can join us in the comment section. But please, you guys know it's our platform. We're always going to come back here for these discussions. Please, 042, strictly 042. Let us have an 042 show today. 042, hit me up in the comment sections. Let's have your questions. Let's have your submissions. What you want to say to the man. He's here. He's going to engage you guys. He's going to have the interactive section with you guys. So please feel no offended if I drop you guys. I'm sorry, but that's what we have to do for the next few hours. Thank you very much. All right, NC,
Saddam,
if you can
Saddam.
speak in.
Yeah, sorry, I'm about to drop, so I would like you to ask him when he comes if he too has started the process to get a court order to allow INEC to mandate INEC to transmit results from the polling unit. I think that question is too important for all the candidates.
All right. Please, my brother, just put on for writing a beg. You know, say as this place begin hot now, my head I feel just go off the cliff. I might even forget to.
No, I'll send out for them. No,
yeah, send to me DMs. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Who's that?
Yeah, I mean, it's Gaboni. I have a question for Mr. Edeja, for Pastor Edeja.
You're not from Enugu now. This is Enugu space now, my brother. And please, you can keep your comments and you ask him later. I beg. And please, let's have Enugu people. Let Enugu do the talking and the questioning for now, please. It is open for all obedience, but right now, let us take Enugu people first. Please, it's going to be open for every other obedience. You can always come back and ask your questions. But let me bring him up. He's back on the platform. So we'll be dropping all the speakers right now, and let's just have our guest for now. So please, if you're from Enugu, please, guys, please, if you're not from Enugu, I will beg of you to please do not request the mic for now. If you're not from Enugu, please do not request the mic for now. We have close to 50 requests right now. So let us try and make sure that we take up speakers from Enugu. Love, General Snow, I've sent you the co-host mic. I think you're from Enugu. So General Snow, if you can request the co-host mic, please do so right now. Let us start up the space. Well, okay, sorry, please. Let me bring in this. Okay. Mbadike. Mbadike, I've sent you the co-host mic. Please, can you request? Can you check? Mbadike, can you check, please? All right. If Mr. Chidoke, if you can hear me, please, you can unmute your mic and speak. Can you just unmute your mic and say hi?
Hi, Chidoke is here.
All right. Good evening, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
Very fine, thank you.
Okay. Our principal was with you yesterday.
Yes. It was great. It was good. Well received outing. It was great.
If you could give us a little bit feedback of how many places you guys taught together, how it went.
Yeah,
Let's warm up the room
I
while
can
we
hear you
invite
now.
other people. Please.
Okay.
All right. Mbadike, please, you can mute.
Are you there?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
She
Go on,
came
please.
in about 9:30, 10, and then had a stopover somewhere on the express road, Federal Express. And we met up with him, myself, and the Labour Party governorship candidate for Abia, Alex Oti. The HE was accompanied by Barrister Abure, the national chairman of the party, and then a few other persons. Senator Victor Ume, the senator elect for Anambra State, one of the zones in Anambra State. And our party were quite huge. All the LP officials in Enugu State and a lot of LP partisans and the media people. So we met up with him, and from there we went to the home of the slain, would have been senator of our senatorial zone, Barrister Lucky Chukwu. On the road, we had one or two stopovers at the place where they call a Koto. A Koto is the road that passes or straddles the home of Senator Jimobo on the right, the home of Ken Namani on the left. So it's quite a popular stop and quite populous. So we stopped there, and the reception was quite impressive. Immediately, people realized that Obi was in town, was about there. They surged in their numbers and were greeting him. He just waved briefly and then moved on to Agbani. Agbani is the home of quite some key politicians in Enugu State. Also, it's now become a growing suburb of Enugu, or so to say, an outskirts of the Enugu urban, because there are a lot of activities there. The law school is there, ASUT is there, the Air Force School is there. So there's quite some activity in Agbani. So he also stopped over there and was received warmly by the traders and businessmen and staff of various agencies that line up the road. So from there, we went to Amore. Amore is the home of Senator Ibo Chukwu, who was killed just about 3 days to the election that would have made him a senator of the Federal Republic, or incoming. It's also the home of his younger brother, Barrister Kelvin Chukwu, who was elected to replace his brother. So the Igbo family were there in a number, and then other persons from around that area and from within, traditional rulers, men of God, political pundits, politicians from all parts, all shades and opinions, from APC, from PDP. They were there to welcome our incoming president by the grace of God. So he condoled with the family and then moved on to other places, maybe Anambra State, maybe Abia. I'm not sure because I didn't accompany them out of Enugu. That's it, but it was good, quite brief, quite fast-paced, but impressive. And I think it was well received, judging from the responses from what was put out by the media. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Before Mbadike, welcome on the platform. You're
Thank
from
you.
Enugu.
Your Excellency, you're welcome on the
Okay.
platform.
All right, Mbadike, please, you do us the honors of bringing. I know you know your Enugu people more, so you can see them down on the comment, the request line. You can bring up all the people that will be asking questions. You can help in doing that. But sir, I want to ask you one question. Mr. Chijoke, if you can hear me, I want to ask you one question. This question, I don't know whether it's a propaganda or it is a reality, but it has been popping up in different quarters where I've been hearing people say this. So I want to ask you. People say you're from Nsukka and that you are the cousin to the current governor. I want to really know if this is real. I want you to tell people here, because this is what I've been saying, that you are the cousin to the current governor now. That how can the governor, that is outgoing governor, want to hand over power to his brother? Please, sir, you have the platform. You have your Enugu people here that have been peddling this. I don't want to call it. I would say I don't want to call it rumors yet, but I think it's something that have been going on, and Enugu people here will tell you that yes, they've heard it from so many quarters. So please, sir, if you can tell us, is it true or is it false?
I'm from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Governorship rotation in Enugu State happens on the basis of zones, senatorial zones. I am from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is from Enugu North Senatorial Zone. Sullivan Chime is from Enugu West Senatorial Zone. So there's a zonal rotation going on. Sullivan Chime from Enugu West Senatorial Zone handed over to Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, who is from Enugu North Senatorial Zone. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is on the cusp, is on the about vacating office about 5 or 6 months ago. Primaries were conducted, and all the candidates came from Enugu East Senatorial Zone in respecting the existing rotational arrangement in Enugu State. Chijoke Doga is from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Enugu East Senatorial Zone is comprised of many persons from different cultural backgrounds. It's true, I'm from the Nsukka area. There are also people in Enugu East Senatorial Zone who have Ogui extraction, and Nike extraction, and Nkano extraction, and Ngo extraction. And then that is where most of the people who are not from Enugu State, Anambra, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, Northerners, Westerners, that is the zone where everyone aggregates. So the rotation is not based on cultural issues or cultural identities. Rotation is based on zones. So Chijoke is true, is an Nsukka person culturally, but he is also inside Enugu's East Senatorial Zone. I'm absolutely not a relation of Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. We're absolutely not related at all. There's absolutely no relationship at all. So we're not related. All that issue of relation arises from the fact that his mother comes from Ubolo Eke, where my mother also comes from, but they are not related at all. Our mothers are not related at all. Ifeanyi has been my friend, but I met him for the first time in my life in 1997. In 1997, when I came home to run for the chairmanship of Isuzo, and we became friends. So, but there's absolutely no blood relationship. And before 1997, I never knew him. He was more of a friend of my younger brother, who was also his colleague at INEC. My brother Eugene was the director of transport in INEC about 1980 something, maybe 85 or thereabout, and handed over to Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi on the basis of their friendship. So it was my brother who introduced me to him in 1997 when I was leaving Lagos to come home to run for the chairmanship of my local government, and we became friends. So he's not my relation. I'm Nsukka. I'm proud of that, my heritage, but I am from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Governorship rotation in Enugu State is based on senatorial zones, and then I don't even see, cousin relationship is something that you don't look at twice. if I'm really his brother in either way, the way he treated me in the run-up to the PD primaries does not exhibit any iota of brotherhood. The way the callous and casual manner with which he treated me does not show there is brotherhood. Brotherhood is not something you just talk about. Brotherhood is expressed in action. So we're not brothers. We are friends. We used to be friends. I'm not sure whether we are still friends, but we're not related. Thank you.
All right, sir. I want to ask a question. I am very interested in give us the gist. You see, we were the young people. When we ask you, I saw pictures of you and Peter Obi, you are giving them in Enugu State. Talk to us like young people. How the waka go? Who na see people come out, then hello na. I mean, right now, let me explain why I'm asking this question so you can use it as a subcontext. Currently in the obedient movement, especially in Enugu State, there has been a lot of divisions over other candidates. Oh, some people are obedient, but they want this person. There are even some people who are obedient, but they are looking towards the PDP candidate. But you are the one person, and we have stood by Labour all the way and stood by you on this movement. And you are the one person that Peter Obi came into Enugu State and walked around with, legitimizing your stand. So how was that? Give us the full gist in about 5 minutes.
You see, we have been around here for quite some time, building the Labour Party, really putting it on the ground, really instituting it, really putting it in the minds of people through various mediums or medias on the ground, creating the structure, creating the persons who make the party work on the radio, jingles, billboards, campaigns out there, telling the people what Labour Party represents. And when it mattered most, we stood behind P2B. We stood with him. We stand with him. We have stood with him. There are other candidates who have their choices all lined up. For instance, the PDP has its presidential candidate with all his strengths and his weaknesses. The APGA candidate has its presidential candidate with strengths and weaknesses. The APC has its presidential candidate. And the candidates all along have campaigned on this basis. So all these deliberate confusion or manipulation to give the impression that there's a division within the obedient family. Division on what basis? Yeah, I don't think there's a division. I don't even think there should be a division, because the PDP is aligned to PDP, top to bottom, and they campaigned vigorously for PDP. APC did the same thing. APGA did the same thing. So all this effort to manipulate the people, I don't think is right. So obedient family should remain steadfast behind the people who have done all the work, who have stood on principle, and who have a track record of what the obedient family, Obi himself, represents in terms of integrity, in terms of character, in terms of consistency, in terms of everything that Labour stands for. There's a candidate for Labour who represents, for the governorship, who represents the values that the Labour Party ought to project or is projecting, or that Obi represents. So for me, I don't see any problem. People can try to steal, you can take away from something, take a piece of the glory from, attach themselves in an opportunistic manner. The word I'm trying to use is opportunism. There's an opportunism going on, a sort of grasping yourself on what has become a winning platform. People who are discerning and faithful truly to the Labour Party should see beyond all these manipulations, because you cannot be PDP for Atiku, PDP for at the Senate, and at the point of governorship, you become Obi. How do you become Obi? In what way? How do you become obedient? In what way? Are the symbols the same thing? Are the philosophies the same thing? And the candidate is the same thing. So it's but that's the issue. I don't personally, I don't believe that should be any problem. I don't believe there's a fringe element who are trying to be opportunistic. Opportunism is something I react to with some reservations. Let me use the word lightly. Opportunism is something I react to with reservations. And the PDP candidates or APGA candidates who are doing everything possible to latch onto the obedient movement or the Obi name or Labour Party territory are just being opportunistic. So I think that settles it for now. Obi's visit to Enugu was quite good, quite impressive. It was quite brief. He didn't want it to be made public essentially. So there was something confidential and discreet about it. So we followed his instruction. We brought out just a few persons, but as we began to move, the crowd began to grow and surge, and then before you know it was gone. So a glimpse of him, maybe that's okay for people, and then it served his purpose, which was come around, move around with me a bit. I think he was just trying to douse the worries that's been raised by all kind of endorsements by people who are close to him, that is not consistent with what he has been doing. You can't be in Labour Party and you're endorsing another person after. It doesn't make sense. So I think he came partly to respond, to douse that worry, because there are some people in my party, in my group, who are really worried about those kind of things. But personally, I'm not worried. And then he came to also commiserate with the family, condole with the family. So there's a sense in which there was not going to be a big fanfare about our visit. It was mainly, partly, it was about condolence. Partly it was to address the concerns of the people in my group who are worried about the endorsement or Twitter messages from women or people who have been in a Labour Party hierarchy, going around with the Obi, dancing on the stage and all that. So, but personally, I didn't think there was anything to worry, and I don't think there's anything to worry up to now.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Guys, please, if you're up on the platform and you want to ask questions, please, your questions should be straight to the point. We have over 50 people requesting for the mic that want to ask questions also. So please indulge us by your hands should be up. Raise your hands up so we can take a queue for people asking questions. And also, please, one question.
If you ask more than one question, I will cut you. I beg you. Today is not that day. Come in, all protocols observed, ask your question, and it will be answered. Any preambles, anything more than one question, I will mute you and drop you. God bless you as you comply.
Thank you. So please, guys, if you're up on the platform, your hands are not up, we'll have to drop you for other people to come up and ask questions. That's how it's going to be done, so we can allow enough people to ask questions. Thank you. All right. I think I'm going to start with the first hand I see up here, and that is I think Engineer Didu Ugu. Kesley.
Engineer Didu. Thank you very much, Sirdam. My governor, I thank you for coming here. I'll call you my governor because I see you as one. I think we are winning this battle. My question will come like this, my governor. You know about Uzowani and the rice production in Uzowani. And up till now, that rice production in Uzowani is not the way it used to be due to insecurity and other vices. And maybe people are not getting enough support so that they can invest in the right production in Uzowani. Me as a person, my governor, I tell you, if you can make that place in Uzowani to work again, I would like to invest. I would like to come back because it's one of Labour Party's what do you call it, manifesto or what? Moving from consumption to production. We really need to get Enugu youths into production so that at least most of them can leave the streets, most of them can be productive with their destiny. Please, I want to know, will you be interested in doing that, reviving Uzowani and the rice production there? Thank you.
You mean the Adara rice?
He would be speaking, so
Definitely,
he knows what to answer.
I would be interested in reviving the other rice. I have emotional connections to Uzwani. Uzwani is the place that I did my secondary school. It was partly Uzwani, partly Soka. I think Bodogu is now in Uzwani, where I did my secondary school. And we used to go down to Adani. Then it was a big place. And lots of people who have now gone to Anambra State used to live there. So it was, and they all worked in that other rice. And it was quite big. Now I noticed that in the course of my service to the outgoing government, there are quite some feeble attempts were made to do something about other rights. But I always had a sense that it was not focused enough or sharp enough to the intensity was not brilliant enough to get the results that we should get from Uzowani. I think at the point it was privatized, one to a Catholic priest, a priest, then again to somebody from my local government who answers Alhaji, who goes by the term Alhaji. So there's a bit of unseriousness in about how the government has responded to Adani, to Adarice. And there's also the insecurity, because in the course of my campaigns, we went there, we went to Adarice, we went to Gurugu, we went to Iga. So the insecurity has become a problem. And herdsmen menace is also a problem, because you plant whatever you plant overnight, herdsmen will come, cows will come, and everything goes. So the issues of insecurity, the issue of the menace of cows, the issue of lack of intensity that place requires on the part ought to be. Not only at the rice, there are also other rice belts in Enugu State, in the Hamufu area, in the Aniri area, in the Amagunze area, which we are going to really focus upon, and as a matter of policy, to make sure the rice production and related value chains are emphasized upon, enhanced, and supported. So yes, the answer is yes. For obvious reasons, we are going to make sure that other rice and other rice producing areas come up on stream. We're going to focus on that. Get somebody in the agric area who is quite vast, who quite knows what to do. The important thing, what I notice as important is in appointing people who know into those areas, and things will begin to happen differently. So the answer is yes. I'll focus on Adani, also as other rice and other rice producing areas, and other cashew producing areas, and other areas where palm trees will thrive, and other related agri things like poultry and piggery and fishery is part of the plan I have, part of the Edoga plan to put Enugu State, get Enugu State working again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Saddam, please, I just want to ask him one question, please. Mr. Edoga, I just have one question, please. We've talked mainly about how we are going to give the urban areas water, drinking water, potable water. But I don't think I've heard you talk about the rural areas. How are you going to make sure that the rural areas? I remember growing up those days. I'm from Akko. I remember growing up those days. We have potable drinking water in Akko, but today it's borehole everywhere. So, and for you know, to dig a borehole is not is not a small something. So how are you going to make sure that the rural communities have potable drinking water? That's my question for you.
Thank you. In the context of my discussion, or maybe of what I'm going to do with about water in Enugu Urban, I remember that I mentioned that day that other areas like in Soka, they don't have the problems that Enugu has. Enugu has a coal issue that makes most of Enugu impossible to have boreholes. There's no other thing to do except to do so in the entire Nsukka area, the entire North Enugu North area. I've asked questions. They don't have issues with boreholes. So boreholes, water can be gotten from the boreholes, and they'll be viable. What the problems are is the nature of the contract terms and the contractors, and then the underhand dealings, I guess, that attends giving awarding of contracts. And then maintenance issues arising from emphasis on diesel as a means of powering the boreholes in many areas. So when the issue is what I'm going to get out of this work, not the values that you want to confer on communities, you end up doing boreholes that are very shallow. You end up doing boreholes that are not proceeded by relevant studies, geological studies, that shows you the exact depth you are going to go in order to get water. That something that prevents you, and other things that prevent you from having arrangements that makes those boreholes sustainable, and makes arrangements for replacements and repair when the need arises. So the EDOGA plan for water in rural areas will ensure that proper studies are done, that the contracts are supervised, that contract terms contain, that the terms of contract contains lines that imposes on the contractor responsibility of maintenance or repair over a period of time, that transfers ownership or control of those of the boreholes that I will construct. Ownership will be transferred to persons who are carefully chosen by communities, and they will run those things and make money from running, selling the water, with which they will use to maintain the boreholes. And then we are going to de-emphasize diesel. We are going to de-emphasize diesel as a means of powering those boreholes. We are going to emphasize solar. If you use solar, the cost of maintaining those boreholes will reduce. If you hand them over to persons that communities have chosen, either permanently or on a lease, the issue of maintenance, repair, and maintenance and control will be addressed. So I have a plan for the rural areas. The plan can only be that we are going to do boreholes, because water harvesting in almost the entire state, except Enugu urban or Enugu, the Enugu area, is not difficult. It's easy to access water. What we are going to do is to work around the problems that we have noticed over time with regards to boreholes in rural areas. One is who looks after it. Two is the nature of the contract and the contract terms. So if we work around those ones, water will be available. Another one is transiting from diesel to solar as a means of powering those the boreholes we are going to do. If we work around these problems that I've outlined, then I think that rural areas will be served substantially by boreholes we are going to do in the course of my administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dike, I don't know if you're satisfied with that answer.
Yes,
Let's move on to
yes,
the next
I am
questions.
actually. I am. Yeah,
All right, thank you. Okay, Emmy Sias.
Yes, I'm
Easy or
here.
no, please.
Thank you very much.
No vex,
All right.
no key on name,
No wahala. All protocols duly observed. Let me jump straight to it. Honorable Chijioke Edoga, you are what somebody can call a career politician. You have been a local government chairman 26 years ago. You have been in the House of Reps. You have been, I believe, a commissioner for 2 terms under the current governor. You contested the PDP primaries, which eventually produced Peter Mbah. And I am aware that after Peter Mbah was produced by that primaries, yourself and other candidates who lost that primary election had at least 2 meetings with Peter Mbah. There are pictures of it I have seen. There are reports there where he promised an all-inclusive government to you and other people who participated in that primaries but lost. But somehow along the line, the Labour Party opportunity came out and you jumped at it. So now, would you have been in Labour Party? Wouldn't you have been in PDP still if that primaries went in your favor? And again, Enugu has been poorly managed in the last 7 years. It has been very
Imasiasia,
disastrous.
please, you heard the
Eh,
instructions
eh,
on this platform. Come up,
sorry.
ask your questions. Just ask a question, please, my brother. One question. We have over 60
Okay.
people, right? Six people.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
ask him a question. What we have done about PDP.
Let me finish in
Please
30
just
seconds.
stick
Let
on
me
that one
finish in
question,
30
please, my brother.
seconds.
Go on. Thank you.
Let me finish in 30 seconds. The state of infrastructure in Enugu over the last 7 years has been very horrible, and you were a part of that government. We never heard at any point that you raised alarm or you complained about how poorly the state was being managed or that you tendered a resignation. So how should we now, jump at the prospect of your governorship, seeing that the problem we have in Enugu today, you were part of the government under which Enugu sunk so low that Ebonyi State has overtaken Enugu in terms of infrastructural development? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question is laden with values. You say I jumped at Labour tickets. I was here a few days ago. I told you clearly I didn't jump at Labour tickets. I was actually pleaded with. I was actually asked. The pressure on me was enormous. For over a month and a half, the pressure was on me to come and take the Labour ticket. And when I was running in PDP, if actually you live in Enugu State, it was clear. It was clear by all POP, all analysis, all interviews, every indication that I was a candidate that was preferred by a preponderance of Enugu State people. And when the primary was clearly and evidently manipulated, and monies exchanged hand before the primaries, and I was attacked physically in a place where I should be most secure, and people were positioned to oversee where people voted in an exercise that should have been done in secrecy. I looked at it.
Is it just me?
No, I think he has network issues.
Probably a call came in.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, please, you can send your questions to the comment section. You will do well if you could add the Vawulence Peace hashtag to it, so that I can we'll read your questions. We ask the stuff from the question. Sir, we lost you totally, so I think you have to start afresh.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on, sir.
I said that after I lost the PD primaries, there were several reasons on the basis of which I could have complained. For instance, the environment in which that primary held, the physical and verbal abuse on my person was an evidence of a lack of compliance with what a primary should be. The close monitoring, which several persons captured on video, the close monitoring, the supervision of the delegates where they voted was also something that was not in compliance with normal electoral systems. It was organized to impose an outcome. The public knowledge of the huge sums of money with which the delegates were induced, those things were in the public domain. They have not been denied. But I decided not to quarrel or make any force out of it, because the idea was really, let us work towards an Enugu State where all of us would contribute our best. But then several things happened. One of which is that we waited for the PDP, for instance, to make a statement on the public humiliation of my person. The chairman of the PDP is from my local government, the state chairman. If Anyugwan, the governor, was properly briefed of the assault that was extended to me by Timothy Kenamani, I thought that maybe the PDP, because really, I'm a founding member of the PDP. There is no other person in that government, not Ifeanyi Ogwuanyi, not the state chairman, not any other person who was before me in PDP, not even Chimamanda Kenamani. I am a founding member. The day the PDP was constituted by Igbo leaders using PRF and then moving to Abuja to integrate it to form PDP, I was part of it. Even the background activities that Alex Ekweme organized, I was a part of it. So I'm a founding member of the PDP. And I thought that the PDP or the governor should make a statement on what happened to me on the day that I should be most in an environment that PDP organized and my safety ought to be guaranteed. That did not happen. I also, secondly, a few days after that victory, that's what was ascribed, what was said to be a defeat of Chijioke Edoga, who was clearly the preferred candidate in Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State arranged that the people of my local government, issues of local government, should come and thank him, appreciate him for the manner I was defeated, creating the impression that Edoga had no electoral value and was even derided or not welcome in his local government. There are several other things that I don't want to go into, which had personal nature, coupled with the fact that pressures where people who saw what happened in the run-up to the primary knew that I was preferred by Enugu State, everybody in Enugu State. And the fact of the matter is that my exit from PDP has precipitated the fall of PDP. And anybody who is saying anything to the contrary is entitled to his own feeling. But I said it clearly, it's obvious that immediately I left PDP, in the eyes of all reasonable people in Enugu State, that party lost value. And immediately I entered Labour Party in response to several pleas and calls that it was a moment to begin the fight to redeem Enugu State. I'm not new to the fight for a better Enugu State. I had fought on AD platform, I had fought on UMPP platform, I had fought on different platforms in Enugu State. I have fought Chimamanda Kenamani in 2003 to make sure that the dictatorship or aberrations are not the norm in Enugu State. So immediately I entered LP, the fortunes of that party began to rise. People can say any other thing, but that's the truth. So the clear preference of my person in Enugu State is not in doubt. And I'm preferred, obviously, not because I have been a typical kind of politician. You don't ascribe those things you ascribe to the normal position to me. I don't double deal. I don't double talk. I know you know where I stand on the issues. I'm courageous on issues of integrity and ethics and values. Even when I was in government, I spoke my mind. But contributions in ESCO, Executive Council, one should not begin to talk about them here. But I am also certain that I made definite contributions to policy. And a lot of what happened, the substantial part of them, had my input, very premature. And immediately I also left that government. I said it before, that things began to shake. And I don't think the government, if Ayuba's government, has recovered from my exit without being modest. So it's true, I've been in public service. Is a public service the best thing that one can do in Nigeria. But the taint the tar that is attached to people who have in public service are not ascribable to me. You cannot say, oh, I stole money. You cannot say, oh, I double talk. I'm a hypocrite, or I'm a psychophant, or anything, any of those things. I'm not a land grabber. So what is it? Public service is good. Public service is the best service one can do. And you can be in public service without being a thief. You can be in public service without pushing out forged documents. If you push out a forged document and you're a public servant, you resign, you quit. So I don't manipulate the system. I don't game the system. I didn't steal. I'm not burnt down any public infrastructure because I'm trying to cover my tracks. Yes, I've served the public over the years, but I've served with exemplary courage and integrity and transparency, and my records can be verified. So that is it.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on real quick. Anka Dede. Anka Dede, good evening. How are you doing today?
I'm doing perfectly well. Thank you, Emir Saddam. And welcome, Honorable Chijoke Edoga, to this violence
I
space.
think, sorry, Anka Dede, please. I think, honestly, I need to introduce you. Um, I'm not going to do, I'm not, I'm not meant to do this, but I have to do this, sir. So this lady here that's about to ask you a question is she's one person, 1 million people. She single-handedly funded a whole lot of projects in Enugu, a whole lot of stuff of the structure that is happening on ground, a whole lot of those 1 million matches. I cannot say much, but I just have to let you know of the person that's about to ask you a question. So any question she asks you, whether it's from a deep place of love, she's one of those people that I can stand and say is pro LP. But I want to hear what she want to say. Well, Anka, I have to give you your flowers before you speak to your governor. I beg. Go on.
Thank you so much, Emir Saddam, Prophet Saddam, Professor Saddam. I hail you. Honorable Chijoke Edoga. My name is Ifeyinwa. Let me say this, Amadi Davis. Davis because I'm all American now. But Amadi, I'm from Ako in Nsukka area. So I am 042. What a lot of people don't know about Enugu is that Enugu Metropolis is not the only 042. Nsukka is also 042. Our home phone number 2 at Nsukka was 042. That said, I will digress a little bit. Sizu, just give me this because he talked about water supply especially in Nsukka area. Please speak somehow to, even if you don't speak to it, have it at the back of your mind. The elephant project called Adada Dam because of Adada River. That could have supplied a lot of water for that area. It was of Jim Nwobodo era when he was governor of Anambra State. I don't know what happened to Adada Dam or Adada project. But my question, really, from last time you came around on Thursday, is around rural areas. You've already alluded to it. So it's not a question, but rather I want to say to you that this will be my yardstick to measure your performance. Rural roads, especially in the agric areas. You already mentioned not only Ada rice and Fadama rice and Songhai rice or activities of Fada Ede, but all those other areas. Enugu State is predominantly agricultural area. But the rural roads, that's my problem, that we do not have rural roads. Could we hold you in your 4-year tenure what the outcome of those rural roads would be so that rural areas will partake in your administration and not just Enugu Metropolis? Last Thursday, we dwelt on Enugu Metropolis. I have nothing against Enugu, but how would you take care of the rural areas? That's my question. Since we have only one question to ask, thank you. And I wish you the best in your campaign. I'm LUP all the way. LUP 75. LUP 80. LUP top to bottom. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Okay. Thank you. Once I heard that Amadi name, I guess you are from Ako.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, my sister. Ibochi.
go on.
Imaga.
The money.
I need the truth.
Well done.
So thank you. Once I heard the Amadi prefix, I guess you are from Ako. There are actually two questions in one. You mentioned the Adada pipe water and pipe dream. You know, I went to Adada Secondary School. By the time Jimubo decided that project, that river was huge. It could sustain what I mean pipe from there to Soka. Since then, what has happened over the world with regards to the environment has really considerably shrunk that river. It's no longer as big as it used to be. I don't think that you can sustain that dream again. Over time, they have tried to put pipes and run around trying to act as if something big was going to happen with regards to piping water from Adad. I think it's just people putting money on things they have not properly investigated. So we're going to walk around. We're going to look for other ways alternative ways of supplying water to Soka and environs. I mean, most likely they emphasize Adada. Then rural roads are a inevitable part of what we must do. We must do to get people move freely, to get food transported from points of the farm areas to the points where the market areas. Rural roads really should be the function of local governments. The local governments have been stymied. They have been stopped from functioning, essentially because of a matter that everyone knows, that even President Buhari has become aware of and has done everything possible to stop. That is the interference by governors with funds that were sent from Abuja directly to LGAs. It's become a problem in Enugu State. It didn't start under Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. Even Sirdam Chime was turned it into an art. Under Moroccan man, it was even worse because it was in the sense that EFCC documents exist on how LGA funds were mismanaged. So, and it has become a culture and a tradition in Enugu State that succeeding governors from Chimaroke to Sullivan and to Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi mismanaged, in fact, get involved with LGA funds in such a way that affects negatively the reasons why LGAs exist, to address rural roads, address rural infrastructure, address rural healthcare. So the starting point for making sure that rural roads actually exist is that the funds that are sent to local government councils or different areas by constitution should be left in the custody or for the use of those chairmen, whether they are elected or are appointed. They should be left for those people to run the lives of their people with. If governors, for instance, have the discipline to remove their hands and eyes from monies sent from Abuja, not only in Enugu State, but all over Nigeria, most places in Nigeria, there are only very few governors who have the discipline not to tamper with LGA funds. So if a governor, for instance, does not tamper with LGA funds, then, of course, he will have the strength of character, the strength or the basis on which he can push those governors to, those chairmen to task, set agenda for them, set tasks for them, and make sure that the monies sent to them are applied to those things. So rural roads are really matters that should be done by local governments. They become an issue because all over the state, those council chairmen are not doing what they ought to do with the monies that come to them from Abuja. There's a sharing formula. The governors and all those people take their own. The small that is left, the other one is left for salaries. The rest is just misapplied. So rural roads don't work, rural healthcare don't work, rural sanitation don't work. Nothing works. That's it. So what we are going to do is to make sure that monies that are sent to Abuja to councils, to LGAs, that they are left for them, and they apply them to rural roads, and they apply them to rural infrastructure, apply them to rural hospitals, and the governor or the commissioner for local governments will remain a supervisor, a strict supervisor who is keeping them in line, making sure that the overall vision of the government are implemented across board, and those who don't perform are sanctioned. That's my acting. That's my approach. Or that's my approach for with regards to rural roads.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency. The next person that's speaking now, Otman Tochukwu. Go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Let me just clear the air on my name. I'm from Alagu precisely. My honorable and my incoming governor, it's my pleasure to be here. And allow me to call you the governor because in law, equity looks on that as done, which ought to be done. I'm certain by God's grace you are going to be the next governor of Enugu State. My question is just, I wanted to ask two, but we've been tied to one question. So I'll just go straight to the point. and ask my one question. What are your plans for youth inclusion in your cabinet, and not just as SAs and SSAs? How many slot of commissioner do you plan for the youth in your administration? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the honest answer to your question is that in the choice of in the choice of who is going to be what in the ministries or commissioners, I'm going to look at the individual first. The individual in terms of qualifications, individual in terms of track record, the individual in terms of cogent experience. It is the individuals that will determine what and where. So if there are youths, if in the course of my campaign now, I don't even know what because youth is a state of mind, So if there are young people, then of course they will come in. But to be honest, I cannot promise you now that this percentage must be definitely allocated to youths. If I say that, maybe I'll not be very honest, because I know that there's always a contentions about who gets what and from where. So I'll look out to accommodate youth. I'll look out to accommodate gender, women especially, given the law that specifies what must be done about women. But youth will be accommodated. There's also a sense in which um, grooming is helpful. So if you have somebody who is a youth who has done quite well in some places, and we think that he can function within our overall vision for government, we will put him. But if he needs that he must start stuff, they should start from somewhere, with an eye to gradually taking the person up over the years. Then we'll do that. But I'm going to make sure that I like the energy of youth. Youths are going to be a veritable part of what we are going to do at all levels, as advisors, as a consultant, as chairman, as commissioners. But I don't think I'll want to make a categorical assertion on percentage and this and that. But I'll look out for youths, to encourage them, to groom them, to put them in line of their career projection. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Excellence. Chinedu Anichi, can ask your question now. Chinedu, are you there? Okay.
I am there. Can you hear me
Go on.
now?
Ask your question. Please go straight to the point. Thank you.
Please let me thank you. It's a privilege that I'm here. Please, I am Chinedu Anichi. I'm the 3 times past SSA to the serving governor of Enugu State. And I worked under Chijioke Doga as Chijioke was commissioner for local government when I was administrative chairman of Soka West. So it is not that just teleguiding me for questions. This place is for interaction. So I know Chijioke to have changed the system of local government, just as I attested. When I was a spiritual director to the governor's prayer crew, I used to attend masses in the government house, and I have seen Chijioke, and it's a Catholic liturgy that involves every dogmatic Catholic processes and prokinesis. And I have seen Chijioke. And from nowhere, some people came up, Chijioke, that you said that if you become the governor, you are going to remove the Eucharistic sacrament, that is the blessed sacrament, from all the churches. So I want to ask you, is this
Hey,
an
propaganda, God.
sure. So
This one.
for those of us who have been with you, who even know that you married a Catholic, that you are a liberal Christian, those of us might not, but let us hear you talk to the world about such a frivolous allegation. That is my question, My Excellency. Thank you.
Anichi, thank you,
Daddy.
my dear. Thank you, my dear. You are relocated from Enugu to America.
Now, lack of internal democracy, just like you. I
Yes.
got angry. I joined
Yes.
Labour Party immediately you surfaced. So,
Okay.
so
Well,
thank you, sir.
we're going to make the place good again. I'm sure very soon you'll come home. I
Thank you,
like
sir.
your public attestation. They didn't
Thank you.
actually say that I'm going to remove the sacrament everywhere in Enugu State. The allegation is that the situation is this. Governor Ifeanyi built a Catholic chapel inside the government's house. And I think that Catholic chapel contains the sacraments. So in the wake of the complete collapse of the PDP, Ifeanyi and his especially began to fish for something with which to hang Chidoke Doga, and he passed information to those who will absorb it, to those who want to receive such information, that Edoga, as an Anglican, will remove the sacrament that is contained in the chapel that he built. I worship in the chapel. I worship in the Catholic chapel. I was there. The day was commissioned. I was part of the escrow when money was approved for it. I didn't protest. I supported it. When money was arranged for uh, bishops all over the country to come and consecrate it, I was there live, and I worship at the Catholic chapel every Sunday with the governor and other person. The Catholic the person in charge of the government house chapel, chaplain, can attest to it. He's my personal friend. He likes me. Not too long ago, even in the midst of all this uproar, he saw me in a filling station and came to greet me and was warm to me. I'm liberal, as I've said. I worship in every church. I'm essentially a Christian. The body of Christ should be one. There should not be any division amongst us. My father told me, and I believe, and it's in the Bible, that the last word of Jesus Christ, that all should be one. Ecumenism is a word I learned even from my tender years from my father. One of the first English words I learned was ecumenism. Ecumenist, that all should be one. And I've been one with everybody all my life. So this issue that they just brought up in Enugu, there was something that is disconcerting. But happily enough, majority of our people have distanced themselves from such campaign. They have demonstrated in churches, in markets, in schools, everywhere that matter came up. Our people have reacted vehemently to it. That is necessary. Is not unlike us. It's not Enugu people. It's not Enugu like to begin to discriminate on the basis of interdenominational faith. So I didn't say that I never said so, that I'm going to remove a sacrament. Why should I do that? I've not come to remove, I've come to add. I've come to augment. I'm going to remove and augment to make better. So I use this powerful forum that, and even in response to the question that is asked by somebody who is really fond of me, to state categorically that the body of Christ is one. That Chizoke Doga is a Christian, does not discriminate. I will not discriminate. I will respect all the icons of the Christian faith, all their traditions, as far as to the extent that the governor should respect them. So my government is not about desecrating sepulchres or sacraments or desecrating worship places. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I'm far more elevated than that kind of thing. It's not what I want to do about at all. We want to bring good governance. We want to bring roads. We want to bring water. We want to restore transparency and credibility to governance. Those things, those things can happen regardless of faith. If I do the Enugu roads, Christians, Muslims, Anglicans, Methodists will apply the Enugu road. If I pay pensions and gratuity, it need to apply to everybody, whether you're Christian or Muslim or Catholic or Anglican. If I restore credibility, it's for everyone. If we do water, it's for everyone. Even animals will drink the water, not all human beings. So I'm grateful that Aniche brought it up. I'm happy that this platform has been provided, and I say that is not true. I didn't say so. I would have said so, and I will not say so, and I will not do that. The church that he has built will remain. He will remain. You know, that's the position for now.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for clearing the air. You know, this is election season, and propaganda will always fly. Okay. Wednesday, Zubechi, you have the mic now. Straight to the question, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, go on, please.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Sir, please, I need to be very honest with you. I've been very skeptical about you, and I have a friend that invited me to this space to come and ask you my question, but I'm not happy because the question has been limited to one. But then it's okay. I've been trying to, the question I've been trying to ask is based on environment, but then a lot of people have asked the question about environment. But then let me switch over to education. Um, so my question will be, how will your government benefit the students and the teachers in terms of education and boost the educational level in education? In Enugu, because the integrity of teaching has dropped based on the poor payments of salaries and payment of late payments of salaries too, and for the students who have lost interest in education. So I want to know how you are going to restore education in Enugu.
It's a very valid question. We are going to provide leadership, and we are going to benchmark. If salaries are being paid late, we're not going to pay salaries late. We pay salaries when they ought to be paid. I don't think it's salaries that's the issue, because Enugu State teachers must be getting what others are getting nationwide. I think the scale must be the same thing. It's just a question of leadership and values, and the compromises that we have made that have not factored in the interests of students, school children, and refusal to appraise ourselves properly. If you start with the primary schools, the primary school system is in complete confusion. Is in utter confusion. You don't know you don't know who is running the school. You don't know whether it is the headman. You don't know who is. So there's complete confusion, even in the environment of the schools. There are so many things that needs to be streamlined in the primary school system, beginning with even the environment, beginning with even the teachers attitude to work. A substantial problem in Enugu State, in all sectors, is attitude to work. Teachers who are supposed to go to school, don't go to school. That is with regards to that one. Teachers don't go to school. When they're in school, they don't pay attention to pupils. You see them selling things or doing one thing or the other that has nothing to do with teaching. There's no supervision. If there ought to be supervisors who go to schools to make sure that teachers, headmasters come, and that work plans are presented to make sure that what ought to be taught is taught. So the environment is not good again. We have to work on the environment. When we're all growing up in the early 70s, public primary schools were beautiful, well laid out fields, properly delineated and properly fenced, not even with cement, but with trees, and the flowers grew everywhere, and students even knew the names of flowers. And at break time, you can just go and sit under a mango tree and relax. Now, the environment of our primary schools have been destroyed by the compromises that we made with regards to educational system. There are several primary schools that are, if you go to a particular street now, or village, or town, or area, several primary schools line up, maybe about separated by about 10 steps, 10 kilometers, 1 kilometer or half a kilometer. So we have to realign the schools. We have to do what you call we have to rework the schools in such a way that the numbers are worked on. There are too many of them, and if you go there, the students are not enough in any of the schools. So we are going to rework in such a way that there is a merger, and the private school system. There will be mergers. Teachers will be monitored to make sure that they go on time. The environment will be upgraded, and the syllabus at the primary school system will be tweaked a bit so that there's some sort of relevance. Sciences are emphasized and relevant education are emphasized, even at the primary school system. The environment must be upgraded. The teaching, the teaching must be upgraded. The quality of teachers must be upgraded, because there's an issue now that where the proper training of teachers ought to happen is at the TTCs, and the TTCs have been wiped out. The colleges of education are not the best places to teach teachers. So much has happened with regards to the educational system that we must have to begin to take them one after the other. The primary schools will be replanned so that they look conducive and equipped so that boards, teaching aids, seats are available. Teachers must go to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And those who don't, who excuse themselves, must have good reasons not to do. So the government will de-emphasize the attendance of primary school teachers, secondary school teachers to functions that happen at school time. The syllabus will be upgraded and discipline will be maintained through supervision and punishment and proper remuneration. Secondary school system will also will follow the same line, but the syllabus will be tweaked in such a way that sciences, technology, and relevant educations that is relevant to their life after school will be introduced. So we will streamline. The other aspect is the private sector. All over Enugu State, all over Enugu Urban, schools spring up anyhow. So the manner of approvals of schools will be looked at and reviewed, so that there's a strictness. A strictness applies to manner that schools are licensed, whether they are primary or secondary. We have to be strict on how they are licensed. In my plan, education has a key place, and I have made up my mind that when I become governor, there are going to be two ministries. One, a commissioner assigned to primary school and pre-primary, then one for post-primary, tertiary, and secondary and tertiary. That will give the necessary focus. And the personnel who we are going to appoint will people who have the necessary values and necessary name recognition and his background and the cognitive experience to make sure that we bring value. So we are going to rationalize, because if you go to villages and everywhere, you see several schools that are not fully occupied. You see schools that are placed on the main road, by the main road, they are not fenced. So the students' attention are continuously diverted by blowing of horns. You see schools where they hold services, ceremonies, wedding, all sorts of things within a school compound, even when school should be going on. So some lot of discipline will be introduced in a manner primary schools are used, or primary schools are treated in Enugu State. When people should be in school, absolutely, when I become governor, there's no wedding, there's no ceremony, whether social or otherwise, that will go on in a school compound that is owned by the government. So discipline will come in, supervision will come in, syllabus will be changed, remuneration may be looked at, and punishments will come when people don't go to school. For now, that's what we can just say, given the circumstances.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, sir. And
Sorry, please. If you're not called to speak, please do not unmute your mic and speak. Please, when we call you, you speak. Please, thank you very much. Let's try and keep an orderly house. If your hands are not up, we have an order in the house. Please, your hands should be up, and we pick from the people whose hands are up. Thank you. All right, nobody. Back to you, please. I don't know who is going
All right.
next.
Thank you, sir. Eze Namdi, your hands have been up. You can go on and speak.
Yes, yes, thank you so much. All protocols duly observed. Good evening, sir, my incoming governor. It's good to have you here. Please, I would like to take a few seconds to say a few things. Thank God you're here, because before now you were almost buried online, and I want to make it some very few points clear, and I want to explain something about this space particularly to you, sir. You see, this space, in some days, it has as much as more than 20,000 people coming in
just to listen to what is happening in this space. As far as both the obedient movement is concerned, this is the powerhouse of, I would say, the powerhouse of the obedient movement. And whichever narrative that is driven against an individual or created about an individual, no matter who, in this movement, in this space, and it is carried by this space, that narrative will have its effects down to the grassroots. And that is why when they said 4 people tweeting in a room, I believe with what has happened, we've been able to show them what 4 people online can achieve down in the grassroots. Every member of Enugu State, all the youths, every family in Enugu State, at least I know they have a youth in their family that has a phone, that is on Twitter or on Facebook. And whatever you see that happens on this space goes down to Facebook and all other social media platforms. As you are here, sir, people are listening to you on YouTube. People are listening to you on Vawulence Radio. People are listening to you from all over the world. And I was a bit bothered when a narrative was raised against you. I am this kind of person. I don't go close to politicians. If Anichi, like you said, will tell you a little about myself, I would not disclose my identity fully because of some people I've been against online here. You know, but I've always made it clear that I started supporting you first because the enemy of my enemy is my very good friend. Chimaroke Namani is an enemy to the obedient movement nationwide. He's a man who we sent to Senate, only for him to go to Senate and all he could legislate for the whole of Enugu State was just the obedient movement. He went there to abuse the movement and say all sorts of things. Even here on Twitter, he took it upon himself to take over from whoever that is handling his Twitter so that he can be sending personal attacks to the obedient movement. And simply because of what was played out during the PDP primaries, I took it upon myself that even though your zone is seen as a dot, I said it here on this space in time past, that the zone where you come from, it is popular that because of the godfatherism that exists there and the structure, just like our principal will say, P2B will say, the structure of criminality that exists there, you are not favored. But because of that, I took it upon myself to come on space here to shout, please, that this man is not who they are saying he is. Even though I don't have a personal relationship with you, and I've always said it on this space, P2B is the only person that told me to go and verify. So I find it very reluctant to campaign for any other person because Peter told me personally, online and everywhere, even on this space, that we should go and verify. And indeed, we verified and we saw. So the moment Peter said LP all the way, I decided to bring myself out. I'm from Enugu State. I spoke to Etel Obai. I spoke to Chinedu Eze. The former, he worked under Chimaroke too. I spoke to Anichi. I spoke to a lot of people. I said, see, they want to bury you online. No? And most of these narratives, when it starts like a joke. And most of the people who are pushing this narrative, they are popular in this movement. And there was need to counter it immediately. And I'm happy to have you here. And I'm happy that you've come here to show the whole world that you are capable and that you are equal to the task. I am not here to ask you a question. I'm here to secure tomorrow. Any question I ask you now, you will give a very perfect answer. And I'm sure, not because you are prepared for all because it is, obviously you cannot be prepared for all the answers. But you are educated. Even me, if I'm put on the spot on this place and everybody comes up with a question, I'm very good in English language. Even the one I don't know how the answer to, I will find some big grammar, attach it to it, and then before you know it will scale through. So I'm not here to ask questions because I know, even when you get into government, we run a government of debt, both at the national and at the state level. Most of the things you've said here, there might be a little hindrances here and there because you will still go there And then I know, I'm not saying whether it is the Frank Nweke they are projecting will not win his polling unit. That they should go and he should bring his polling unit during the presidential. I don't even discuss about Frank. Frank is just a ploy by the PDP to ensure that your votes will be reduced. Frank has no stake in this election. And I want to make it clear to everybody in this space. But one thing I want from you going forward, sir, is that going forward, please, number one, we live in a state whereby for a road construction to be done, one big man needs to be living in that area. Or one big man or one political godfather must come from that zone. This is the type of road construction we have seen in most parts of Enugu State. Please, your government, just like you said, should be a government of transparency, a government for the people. And even the zone that does not like you the most, if it is possible, let your government start work from that zone. That is my own. That place that you are not loved at all, that place, you know the place. I don't want to say it openly here. You know the place where they do not like you. You know the place where most of these narratives have been driven from. Please, sir, by the time you get into office, we are not going to do the government of 95 to 5 or 98 to 2%. Those people that gave you 2%, if it is possible, let your government and the work start from there. Secondly, sir, I want it that when you take over government, let your office be open. You know, one thing about P2B have done to us in this movement is that P2B has handed the power over to the people. We are not afraid of getting people into power now, because we know that when you do not perform, it is these same people that campaign for you. It is this on this same space that we will come
You
and
have
shout.
30 more seconds, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. It is on this same space that will come and shout that please, it is not what we agreed that is happening. So please, as I yield my mic, the last thing I want to beg of you, sir, is that when you eventually become the governor, we want to have you on this space when during your free schedule in 1 year time, 2 years time. Let it be that you will still be accessible. Like now, you're not in the governor yet, you're very accessible. By the time you get into government, we will still want it that you still be accessible the same way that you are accessible to us now. And that is my submission. Thank you so much. And I yield.
Thank you so much. Your advices and are taken, accepted fully. And I want to assure you that I'm going to run, and as much as it's possible, I'm going to run an open door policy. I'm
Sir,
going to do.
please. No, sorry, sir, please. I also have to come in. Please, that I want to assure you, it comes with a whole lot of PTSD. That word assure you. Please, can I say I want to promise you, or if you can find a different word, that assure you. It has been abused. Our politicians, I want to assure you. Once I hear I want to assure you, I just the fear. So
Okay.
if you can coin a different word, it will be better
Okay.
for us. Thank you, sir.
Let me tell you something about how I arrived at a decision to run an open door policy. When I was the chairman of my local government issues of local government, I was running with the impression that you can tackle the entire work in maybe a year or 2 years. And I made access to myself difficult because I was focused on work. Then 14 months after, Abacha died. And I was not running. I was not running another election to go back. And it's an elder who was very fond of me, told me that your office was an asoro. He said it not in a manner, not in a condemn. No, he was not condemning me, but he was advising me in a fatherly manner. He said, "Look, your office was an asoro." I realized that you have to balance, even if you are intense, you're focused on your work. You must balance it so that people don't misunderstand you. So fortunately, I now went to the House of Reps, and that advice, that elderly man who is now late, Silas something, a chief from Umuaro, that advice has remained with me since 1998, 99 up to now. So when I went to the House of Representatives, I had an open door policy. You just come, you see me, even if I'm stressed, even if I'm angry or hungry, I had to just hold myself and attend to people. When I was a presidential aide, I had an open door policy. When I was a commissioner for 7 years here, I had an open door policy. And nobody who came to my office was not attended to. What I did was to make sure that once you come, you write your name. Once you come, you write your name. And so long as, even today, I did it in my house. So long as your name is on that document, you'll be attended to before I leave that office. So that advice has remained with me and is going to go with me to the government house. And to de-emphasize the pressure on coming to government house to see me, I will make sure that engagement with people continues, is a continuum. My public engagement with people in their own places, in their own LGAs, in their own wards, will become a veritable part of my service as governor. I will continuously engage on radio, on Twitter, and public engagement. It's in the course of, for instance, let me tell you, it's in the course of my word-to-word campaign. I have done more than 220 wards visit in Enugu State. No other candidate has done that. I have visited more than 220 wards in Enugu State in the past four months or thereabouts in the course of my campaign. And in the course of this campaign, I've seen things that I never knew was there. I've learned. For instance, as people lined up to shake my hands, I noticed that people had illnesses that could be cured. As people lined up in different wards, different villages to shake my hand, I saw people who had eye problem. I saw people who had skin problem, one sort of thyroid or the other. And I made up my mind that by the grace of God, when I become governor, or if I become governor, I'm going to institute a health outreach. I'm going to inaugurate a health outreach on a continuing basis. Almost every other day throughout my tenure, there will be a health outreach, properly manned, properly mobilized, fully mobilized with relevant and helpful healthcare facilities that will attend to people who have illness, who carry ill health that can be attended and addressed. So I will engage. You're not a proper leader if you don't engage. If you create barriers between yourself and people, you are going to lose so much that you ought to know that will help you become better every day. And my aspiration and my prayer every day in my life is that God give me opportunity to become better every day. So even as governor, I will strive to become better every day. There's no other way you can become better every day except that you open your eyes and ears to get matters without being diluted straight from the people. That's the only way you can solve their problems, attend to them, reassure them, encourage them, and mobilize them for national service. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Excellence. Ogili Ugochukwu, please unmute your mic and speak. You have the mic.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Straight to the
Good
question,
evening,
please.
Mr. Chijoke. My name is Ugochukwu. I'm from Enugu. So the Labour Party slogan that we know is moving from consumption to production and bringing people out of poverty. And I've listened to your beautiful ideas, and I know that all these things cost money. So looking at the ranking by the states, internal generated revenue, Enugu is doing currently like 26.7 billion per year. So how are you going to generate revenue for all these projects and services that you want to carry out in the states?
all this your all the activities in your manifesto, moving people from removing people from poverty, supporting small and medium scale industries, and also bringing in investment. How are you going to make Enugu State generate more money for some of these your projects? Thank you.
Thank you. What we are going to do immediately is to reduce the cost of governance. We are going to reduce the cost of governance. Let me just tell you something. I'm not saying it to offend anybody, but it's the truth. We're in the executive council, and the issue of purchase of vehicles for commissioners came up. That was in our first tenure. I was the only person in that executive council who told the governor outrightly that we should not buy the jeeps, the big jeeps that the government was proposing. That we cannot explain that we are going to buy jeeps in a situation where the ordinary civil servants were not happy with a normal politician. And to my dismay, I was overruled by a majority of my colleagues. And I think the governor, who even if he was not, even if he was going to minded to align with me, saw that I was in the minority, and then those jeeps were bought, and it became an object of the reason for a huge anger directed at us in that first term, and we took a lot of steps to divert public attention and to reduce the anger that was projected towards us. So there's money. I don't think that money is really an issue, even if given what our allocation is. I think it's management issue. I think it's management. If we are prudent, if we are transparent, if we educate our people, enlighten our people, do a proper orientation for our people to gradually remove their mind from ostentation and the need to run a minimal government. Their money will be saved even initially to do things. We are also going to. There's a lot of capital out there at the international level, at the national level, and even amongst the diaspora. There's sufficient amount of money in the diaspora that needs to be invested that once is urgent, is longing, is applying to be invested at home. What they need is a welcoming environment, an environment that is conducive for investment. So we are going to create the environment for people to bring in money, either as investors or in one form or the other. We are going to minimize waste, minimize government expenditure. So we apply our money. So I was saying that we have to orientate our people, to realize that there's always a line. Either in government, is either you are applying money across board to things that will touch a sufficient number of people. For instance, roads or markets or lights. Or people who ask that these bodies be diverted to them. So I think that part of the big fight, the pushback you are getting against Chijioke Edoga is from the vested interests who have concerned themselves over the years from receiving humongous amounts of money from the government house or from government. And there's a sense in which they believe that Chijioke Edoga may not play game. And people who go around, stand up overnight to go and endorse another person, people who go around and push out rumors. These things are coming from people who are thinking that I'm not going to share money. If you don't share money to vested interests, big people in big houses, there will be reasonable amount saved for infrastructure. And infrastructure that I've talked about is not really something that will go up a lot of money. If the roads are done properly, if we are going to build roads and proper bidding is done, and there are no layers. There are no layers for kickbacks to various interests. And these contracts go to the people who actually do the contract, not to the politicians who might not pass them on to the people who will do them. The layers will reduce. So Edoga will be interested in removing the layers of corruption, that the pardons that make it look like as if a road will cost what it's not going to cost. We are also going to make sure that wealth is created gradually. Immediately, we cannot begin to create wealth, but over time, if we work with EDC and other relevant power stakeholders, and we tackle our power, immediately wealth will be created gradually. If we begin to do the plans we have for agriculture gradually, with regards to poultry, palm trees, nurseries, agriculture in various facets, poultry, piggery, tree, cashew, palm trees. Over time, we are going to grow wealth. But immediately, what we are going to do is to reduce the cost of government, reduce the pardons that attend government contracts, and run a minimalist government where even, for instance, the government house, under P2B, for instance, in the government house, except just water and minerals and something, things that are easily affordable. In other government houses elsewhere, they serve crystal, the champagne, all those things. So from the government house, immediately, we are going to set the tone for absence of flamboyance, and we're hoping that it will trickle down. Money is saved from running a minimalist government will be applied to infrastructure. And gradually, we are going to begin to create wealth through agriculture, essentially, and through investments, encouraging investments from the Igbo diaspora, mainly, who want to come home. And by creating an environment that welcomes even those in Lagos, even those in Abuja, who want to bring money home. So that's in an unstructured way. That's just how my mind is working. But gradually, we're going to fine tune them to what is okay for everyone.
Okay, sir. So, before we go on to the next question, people are asking me, where is your manifesto? They want to know where your manifesto is. Do you have your manifesto? If it is not online, can it be published? We have a platform, we have a website. If you could send it, let us have it up on the website. People can go there and download the manifesto. Do you have a written manifesto with the people of Enugu?
Even manifesto is even here as I'm talking with you, because people have made a lot of issues around manifesto presentation. Let me tell you what happened. There was about 4 months ago or thereabout, the Chamber of Commerce invited us, and I said a few things taken from my manifesto. One was the Edoga plan for water. Immediately, that plan was copied by somebody who is running for governorship at this point in time, without ascribing ascribing those things to me. The manifesto which I presented at the Chamber of Commerce said clearly that the theme of my this thing is recharging the Southeast. The theme of my manifesto is recharging the Southeast, with Enugu as a takeoff point. It embodied the holistic vision I have for the Igbo people, using Enugu as a takeoff point. Immediately, the same person who copied my water plan printed posters all over Enugu with just slightly modifying that title. And I knew that there was a danger of people who prance about on the media space copying original ideas from somebody who has given a thought over a long time to what needs to be done with government. So I said, at the appropriate time, this document will be officially presented. At the appropriate time, the timing is my own. But I've campaigned in 260 or 240 words or thereabout in Enugu State. I've campaigned, and everywhere I have gone, pages of my manifesto have been made available to people. With regards to power, with regards to roads, healthcare, water, security, and these things have been consistent. So a manifesto exists. The issue is that I don't want to do a public presentation in a manner that others have done. because I don't think it's necessary. And anybody who has been following my campaign, which have been uploaded on YouTube everywhere, will see that there's a consistency in what my positions on water, electricity, roads, healthcare, primary school, secondary school. They are consistent. Hubs, Southeast position. So the manifesto exists, and they are public knowledge, because my statements have become public knowledge and public property. So it exists. There's a copy of it, even as I'm here on your program. The theme of my manifesto is recharging the Southeast, making the Southeast come up again, become viable again, become home again for all Igbos, with Enugu as a takeoff point. So Enugu will become the model through which it became the arrowhead through which Southeast will rebound. It encompasses my vision for collaboration with other governors of the Southeast. If I push it now, next thing somebody will say, I'm going to collaborate with the Southeast governors. He will not even have the experience or the knowledge which I have in government of why that collaboration should work or why it has not worked. But where the time of sound bites and the social media team will begin to project it. Oh, this is what he has said. But beyond it, ask him for the experience, the reason for so saying, the experience, the knowledge of so saying is not there. So the issue is, I bring some of those guys who have manifesto, interrogate them, ask them one page from their manifesto, take a quotation from this things I published, and ask them. Then you can see whether it's original or not, whether it's autochthonous or not. My positions come from a lifetime of experience, a lifetime of preparation. And so his manifesto exists. They exist in each statement I've made on water, on electricity, on education, on healthcare, on rural healthcare, on collaboration between Southeasterners, and why that should be so. And there's a consistency in this narrative over the 5 or 6 months I've campaigned. So to ask about, where is the manifesto? It's just that the manifesto is in the public statements I've made, and the document is here. The issue is public presentation. Do I want to do public presentation, or don't I want to do it? The timing is for me to decide.
So I think if I will chip in one or two, we have virtually a week to the elections, and I think it should be, if there's any time right for your manifesto to be on public, it should be now. If it's made public now, whoever wants to copy, I don't think it will do much damage, but it will do you more good having your manifesto, all these things you're seeing right now, reeled out in infographics for people to be able to see, for people to be able to so when they get to listen to this space over time, they can also put a picture to all these things you've been saying. So please, I think it is very, very, very important your manifesto should be out there, especially for people in diaspora. People that are in diaspora that want to come back home. We want to hear you. We want to see. We want to listen. They want to, okay, this guy has said this stuff. Can we read his manifesto? And just for the fact that, yes, you have a manifesto, it should be out there in the public. That's just my own 2 cents, though. But that is back for you to do what you want to do, though. But let's move on to the next question. Or you want to reply me, sir?
I appreciate your advice. You see, even in infographics, it's in the infographics as your advice. It's here right here. We'll push it out.
Please do.
We'll
with your handle, that will be perfect, sir.
We'll try. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ada.
Thank you.
Ada,
thank you so much, Emir Sirdam. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've been looking forward to it because I have been one of those who had some misgivings about the candidacy of Barrister Chijioke Edoga, especially when I heard, just like you said, that he had no manifesto, and I didn't know where to find his manifesto. It came across to me as if he was one of those Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi's, Enugu State is in the hands of God nonsense mentality again, where there is no accountability, where somebody is trying to avoid being held accountable for something he said. So I'm glad that I've heard him now, reassure us or tell us that he does really have a manifesto. And like I agree with you totally, Emir Sirdam, that this is the time to share it. There's no other time. We are 1 week, and if people are still asking, it's not a good thing that people are still asking where is his manifesto. It's not a good thing at all. We should have confidence in it.
Then I just want to say, because Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi plunged Enugu State into the doldrums of despair. He took Enugu State like 20 years back. I mean, we have never been more traumatized by a governor like we are by Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. So we just want somebody who will totally overhaul that, somebody who is happy to be held accountable for his actions in the next 4 years. So the question I want to ask is, Honorable Edogasa, how do you intend to get Enugu State from consumption to production? I've heard everything you've said about agriculture, water, schools, this and that, so many things, but I want to zero in, sir. Can you pick one thing you intend for Enugu State to start producing? Because that is the foundation of Labour Party. That is one of the most important aspects of the obedient movement, is converting the Nigerian economy, in your case, Enugu State economy, in from consumption to production. So what can we start producing? Can you name one thing you intend for Enugu State to start producing? And that thing we should hold you responsible for in 4 years' time, that you can tell us, go and verify, like Peter B has been telling us, and we're able to verify, and we're able to say, yes, he said he was going to do this, he did it. This is the evidence of it.
Ada, no be fight, no be fight.
Sorry. I just
I understand the
have
energy.
a high-pitched, energetic voice. Sorry about that.
I believe you, my
Yes,
sister.
sorry. Okay,
Continue,
because
please.
forgive me. I'm in diaspora.
Continue, my dear. Just
Yes.
continue. I just energy.
Yes, sorry. I'm just an energetic person. So I'm in diaspora, but anything that happens to Enugu, I'm from Enugu State, it bothers me, pains me. Like I've been crying, shedding tears. I want to see a turnaround. So tell us one thing, sir, that we can hold you responsible for in 4 years' time, to say, in the aspect of being a productive economy, this is the one thing you can say, go and verify, and we'll go and verify, and it would have been done in the next 4 years. Thank you so much.
Production, are you there? Production, in the sense that you are asking, it has become really a private sector activity. Enugu State, under me, is going to emphasize agriculture. Agriculture is the pathway to the creation of a new wealth base. We are going to encourage agriculture. We're not going to basically go into production. What are we producing? Is it light bulbs, or is it what? We are going to create an environment for production to thrive. I've said that before. But we are going to basically get involved with agriculture. The entire agricultural sector will have our attention. Poultry farmers. Enugu is one of the biggest area where poultry farming happens in Nigeria. But they complain of lack of government attention or support. I'm going to support them to find out what it is that ails them, and what to be done for them to expand and move into have the necessary support, and do the things they cannot do. For instance, hatcheries, and help them with feed mills and all that. But it's going to be basically private sector driven. There are piggeries in Enugu State. I've interfaced with them all over Enugu State. There are bodies of persons who are involved in piggery. What happens, as far as I know, is that they will go and carve out a place, and gradually over time, people begin to inch towards them, and then sooner than later, they begin to complain that those farmers are polluting the environment. So, with regards to piggery, we are going to take time to find out areas, large swaths of land, where they can properly settle, and with relevant certificates given to them, so that encroachment over the years, or in the years to come, will become almost impossible. So there are several sectors. There are poultry, there is piggery, there are even so with regards to things like palm trees, we are going to make sure that we invest in from nursery to growth by acquiring land. Part of the problem in Enugu State is land. There are even government lands that have issues of ownership. So we're going to streamline ownership issues, and make sure that we're going to streamline ownership issues and make sure that land is available, and that materials that will help seedlings from nurture to growth, fertilizers, ownership issues, mechanizations are available. So we are going to make sure that palm tree seedlings are acquired from NIFO initially, from Edo State initially, until we are in a position to nurture them ourselves in Enugu State. We're also going to emphasize wholesale and soccer. Each area, each part of Enugu State has something that with government support, government backup, it can grow exponentially. Wholesale and soccer is a major issue around soccer. The interest to grow it is there, but they also need government support in terms of maybe access to their farms, and then one or two other things that the government needs to do to support them. So government will support the agricultural sector to grow by removing inhibitions to growth, by creating enabling environment. We are going to get the communities or individuals to partner with government in expanding the number of seedlings that are grown in Enugu State, maybe over time from maybe 10,000 or 5,000 to 10,000 incrementally over the years, as we acquire land, as we acquire materials to help us clear the land. Part of the problem with agriculture in Enugu State is the nature of our land. The lands there's a substantial number of big trees that need to be removed for things to happen. So we are going to maybe bring in bulldozers and bring in tractors, either on a PPP level or encourage individuals to bring them in. So government supports